Your Highness, Your Excellencies, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning and a very warm welcome to the AVPN Global Conference 2024, delivered in partnership with the United Arab Emirates Presidential Court's International Humanitarian and Philanthropic Council under the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Thiab bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rabia Nawaz, and I am the Director of West Asia at AVPN. And I proudly consider UAE to be my home. It's truly an honor to be your MC today. What an absolute privilege it is to be here in Abu Dhabi, marking the first time the AVPN Global Conference is being held in the West Asia. To everyone engaging with AVPN for the first time today, a warm welcome. We are the largest network of social investors in Asia. And we have a big team here today. And you can find us by our signature red lanyards. Please come say hi to us. This year, we gather under the theme One Asia, One Future, reflecting Abu Dhabi's commitment to fostering global conversations on strategic philanthropy and impact investing, aligning perfectly with AVPN's mission to mobilize capital towards impact across Asia. We will now enjoy a very special Ayala cultural performance. The Ayala is a traditional folk dance native to the Arabian Peninsula, particularly popular in the United Arab Emirates.
في الغاب صال فيها داد القصيد والعجيب النريد علق يصيد الخيال عجيب شكرت بالسحايب من جديد الجديد وانت حامل حار المعنى ولا قبر فال والعجيب ان له شيطان شعر مريد دربه لا يموت ما يصيد الهزال والذي قلبه دليله رشيد لكن الطير ما يهمه حرام وحلال مرتاح الحر الشعري وحل قصر مشي يحكم الوقت للتاريخ منها ارتحال باني انه جدنا شيوخ للثريا صلب راسه عنيد تحسده في شموخه شامخات الجبال كل ذره بالسوره للمعالي تحيد ينطق الصخر من فخره بمجد وجلال والعجيبة إذا علق يصيد الخيال
شكرت بالسحايا من جديد الجديد وانت حامل حال المعنى ولا المعاني في هداد القصيد والعجيب ان اذا علق يصيد الخيال
بو ظبي منه صارت عاصمة بالوكيل هو عطاها مجال وهي عطته المجال وعاش في ظله الوارث بذكر حميد الشيوخ الكرام طيبين الفعال حامينه بحد السيف وعد ووعيد حافظينه عن العادي بخيل ورجال زايد بن خليفه في ظلاله يشيد حلمنا عليه حلمنا به وكان احتمال في هداد القصيد
والعجيب ان اذا علق يصيد الخيال
شقرت بالسحايب
جديد الجديد وانت حامل حال المعنى ولا تغفل المعاني في هداد القصيد والعجيب ان اذا علق يصيد الخيال
زايد بن خليفه في ظلاله يشيد حلمنا عليه حلمنا به وكان احتمال ان يوحد حمانا تحت رايه وحيد ما على مثل وصفه من وصوف انتقال وانولد فيه الزايد الحكيم الرشيد والشرف ليه حظى به فوق حد وخيال في حماه البداية للزمان الجديد لأجل هذا فرحنا به وطاب احتفال
في هداد القصيد
والعجيب إذا علق يصيد الخيال
بالسحايا من جديد الجديد وانت حامل حال المعنى ولا تغفل المعاني في هداد القصيد والعجيب ان اذا علق يصيد الخيال
به أهني خليفة تهنية يوم عيد وبه أهني محمد لذرى المجد طال وبه أصافح شعبنا الحر إيد بإيد دام عزك يا دولتنا على خير حال طار حر المعاني
صود شمال آتيه ما بين الدروب آمين وين القلب مال مغرم والقلب مطروب أسجى واسرح في الخيال والقلب من شوقه يذوب آمين وين القلب مال مغرم والقلب مطروب أسجى واسرح في الخيال والقلب من شوقه يذوب لا تنشدوني عن الحال انهيب شمس الغروب غزوة ابو زيد الهلال الشوق يغزي على القلوب لا تنشدوني عن الحال انهيب شمس الغروب غزوة ابو زيد الهلال الشوق يغزي على القلوب القلب طير بلا جناحين ويطير من ديره لديره يطير ويزور المحبين ويسابق البرق بمسيره القلب طير بلا جناحين ويطير من ديره لديره يطير ويزور المحبين ويسابق البرق بمسيره طبع الليالي تزينه وتشير الانسان ما يعرف مصيره واللي يفارق ناس غالين مثل اللي بعيونه ضريره طبع الليالي تزينه وتشير الانسان ما يعرف مصيره واللي يفارق ناس غالين مثل اللي بعيونه ضريره
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Highness Sheikh Thiab bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Deputy Chairman of the Presidential Court for Development and Martyrs Family Affairs. Gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Highness Sheikh Thiab bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Deputy Chairman of the Presidential Court for Development and Martyrs Family Affairs, and His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence. A very, very warm welcome to Your Highness and Your Excellency. May I please welcome His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence, to the stage.
Your Highness, Sheikh Thiab bin Mohammed Zayed Al Nahyan, Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen, It's my great honor and privilege to begin by welcoming His Highness Sheikh Diab Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Chairman of the International Humanitarian and Philanthropic Council. Thank you, Your Highness, for joining us and for sharing your wisdom with us. Your presence here this morning exemplifies our national commitment to promote regional and global collaboration. Your patronage of this conference is an indication of your keen interest and strong support for all initiatives that enhance our nation's participation in the regional and the global progress. Your patronage of this conference is also a clear expression of our great respect for our capital city of Abu Dhabi as one of the premier cities of the world. It is a city that prides itself on the ability of its people to innovate and to maintain vigorous growth, to create prosperity, and to bring together individuals and institutions from different countries and backgrounds to create a vibrant, tolerant, wealthy, and balanced societies in the region and in the world. My dear friends and colleagues, Abu Dhabi and the United Arab Emirates welcome you to this global conference. We are honored to host such a distinguished group of influential political, societal, economic, and business leaders. Your presence in Abu Dhabi clearly reflects the status of the United Arab Emirates as a country committed to regional and global progress and cooperation. In Abu Dhabi and the United Arab Emirates, we are greatly inspired by the vision of His Highness the President, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, for our present and for our future. Under his wise and enlightened leadership, Abu Dhabi and the United Arab Emirates have become integral parts of the global society. With His Highness' leadership and guidance, our country embodies tolerance and cooperation in a world sadly too often characterized by heightened tension and increased divisions. We emphasize the importance of maintaining peace and stability in the region and in the world so that regional and international cooperation can flourish. Free trade and investment can thrive. People can know one another across boundaries, and where confidence in the future can be actively promoted and celebrated. I'm delighted to observe the spirit of regional cooperation so evident here. This morning, you all are intent on contributing to a successful AVPN Global Conference. The key words and phrases designated your discussion accurately convey the mood and aspirations of the conference. Let me recite them: unity, collaboration, leadership, diversity, resilience, excellence, shared aspirations and values, sustainable future, collective action, Asian growing economies, UN Development Goals, climate and post-COP28, social policies, women and youth empowerment, technology, innovation, philanthropy. Those words and phrases are very important to the overall development of our region. They serve to unite us all around the theme of One Asia, One Future. Those words and phrases signal that your conference holds great promise. You have an excellent array of speakers and dialogue moderators, and your panels will address an incredible range of current, complex issues relating to environment, education, healthcare, social and economic inequities, women and youth empowerment, climate change, renewable energy are all examples where you, as leaders of society, are expected to have a significant impact. The theme of this conference, One Asia, One Future, reflects a clear determination throughout the continent to promote growth and development, to create a viable regional markets, to share in successful initiatives, and to encourage cooperation at all levels. When we speak of One Asia, we emphasize a strong belief that we must think and work together as a family of equals, with the most prosperous aiding those who are in need. We all must continue to be a source of optimism in Asia and in the world. It is true that we in Asian countries face many claims on our resources and our efforts. We know, for example, that millions of children receive little or no education. We want to provide schools and teachers for them all. We know that many communities suffer from unsanitary conditions, and we want those corrected. We know that some diseases are not controlled and that basic medical services are often absent, and we want to eradicate the diseases and treat the sick. We know that far too many communities need roads, electricity, running water, and communications facilities. And we want to furnish them with those basic elements so that they can flourish too. We know that women and youth in many parts of Asia still lack the means to participate fully in the lives of their communities. And we want to change that. We know that people affected by armed conflicts need our assistance, and that we have a moral duty to help end those conflicts. And we know that we urgently need to promote tolerance and human fraternity, and to remove distrust between religious and cultures in all corners of the continent. As Asians, we are committed to helping our continent succeed in dealing with all these issues. It will take time, of course, and effort. We are fortunate to live in an age where we believe in the power of collaboration and collective action, and where faith in the goodness of each other combines with our belief that we can innovate and definitely effect change if we work together. Our challenge in this conference is to ask the right questions and to focus upon important issues. I am confident the conference will inspire thoughtful analysis and creative approaches as we move forward together. I am hopeful that you will help us find satisfactory answers to questions such as how to best develop a common understanding of our shared challenges and opportunities, how to balance in national and regional priorities while guarding against protectionist attitudes that are beginning, unfortunately, to appear in many countries. This will require a focus on building local capacity to improve all aspects of quality of life, while at the same time helping enhance cooperation and joint initiatives among all countries of the region, how to build and strengthen the institutions that make cooperation and joint initiatives possible. This must include stronger people-to-people links between Asian countries and a structure for monitoring progress towards our shared goals. And for an important component of all of this, how to develop the leaders at all levels needed for Asian countries to realize their full potential in terms of economic, social, and human development. Such leaders, both women and men, must have a global view and an understanding of how their countries, their region, fit into their global context. They must have the ability to adapt to changing environments, and they must develop the skills needed to break through barriers and build relationships across borders. The value of this conference will be in the attention you give to those and other important issues. I welcome all of you once again and express my hope that this conference will provide each of you with time for developing knowledge, useful contacts, and friendship. Let me conclude by saying once again that we in Abu Dhabi and the United Arab Emirates are very enthusiastic about the possibilities of regional unity and collaboration. Thank you for the opportunity to welcome you to our country, and I wish you all a very successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's truly an honor for AVPN to be here in Abu Dhabi. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Naina Subarwal Batra, our visionary leader who has tirelessly built AVPN into the leading social investor network in Asia over the last 12 years. Naina's leadership has been the driving force behind our success. Her immense passion for creating impact and her personal dedication has forged strong relationships with each of you. Without further ado, please welcome Naina Batra.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan Mubarak Al Nahyan, for your inspiring words to start our conference. Ahlan wa sahlan, namaste, salamat pagi, ni hao, good morning, and a very, very warm welcome to the AVPN Global Conference 2024. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, and fellow changemakers. All of you today are here to celebrate impact. I am so honored that we have in attendance so many excellencies and highnesses from the United Arab Emirates, but even from so far as Indonesia, with the ministerial delegation of His Excellency Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Aryo Bimo Nandito Aryo Tejo, Minister of Youth and Sports Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, but I want to start today with acknowledging His Highness Sheikh Tayyab bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Chairman of the International Humanitarian and Philanthropic Council, for the fantastic collaboration that we have had with your team. I join His Excellency in welcoming you all to this global conference in the dynamic city of Abu Dhabi under the theme of One Asia, One Future. As we gather here today, we recognize the immense potential that lies in our diverse continent and the pivotal role that philanthropy and social investment play in shaping our future. You know, reflecting our journey, I can't tell you how pleased and how humbled I am at how far we have come. We started our first conference in 2013 with a mere 200 delegates in a university auditorium in Singapore. Today, we are welcoming more than 1,500 funders, philanthropists, social investors, policymakers, and change makers for our 11th AVPN Global Conference. Together, we are architects of change and catalysts for progress. Someone asked me, what is Asian philanthropy? Asian philanthropy is not merely a transactional act of giving. It is a powerful force for positive change. It is deeply rooted in our shared values of compassion, of empathy, and of community. It encompasses a wide variety of activities, from traditional charitable donations to innovative social investments, which are aimed at addressing the most pressing issues that face our region today. In today's rapidly changing world, the importance of philanthropy and social investment cannot be overstated. As His Excellency pointed out, we are confronted with complex issues such as poverty, inequality, climate change, and healthcare disparities, which require collaborative and sustainable solutions. If we look at the UNESCO report, the latest report on SDGs in the Asia-Pacific region, I'm sorry to say that the region will not meet any of the SDG goals by 2030. In fact, I find it most concerning that Goal 17, which is strengthening global partnerships and communities and cooperation, has exhibited little progress since 2015, meeting less than 10% of its targets. That is why a convening like this one is so important. Each and every one of us is united in our goal to forge a future where prosperity and well-being are not reserved for a selected few, but actually accessible to all. But why is it crucial for players across Asia, from west, north, east, and south, to come together to engage in discussions about philanthropy and impact investment? The answer lies in our interconnectedness. While each country in Asia may face unique circumstances, we are bound together by common aspirations. Asia is a region of immense diversity, encompassing a wide range of cultures, languages, and socio-economic realities. This year marks the first time that AVPN is hosting its global conference in West Asia as we redouble our efforts to gather our expansive social investment community, leverage our commonalities, and learn from our unique approaches in our efforts to accelerate impact across the region. In discussing the importance of philanthropy and social investment in building an inclusive and sustainable Asia, it is very crucial to include West Asia in the conversation. West Asia occupies a very important geopolitical position, serving as a bridge between Asia, Africa, and Europe. Its strategic location and abundant natural resources make it a key player in global affairs. And Abu Dhabi has a rich tradition of philanthropy, which is deeply rooted in its cultural and religious heritage. From traditional forms of giving, such as zakat and sadaqah, to modern philanthropic initiatives, there is a wealth of resources and expertise that can be harnessed to drive positive change. The AVPN Global Conference stands as a beacon of collaboration and unified action. Coming together in convenings such as this gives us the opportunity to learn from each other, to share best practices, and to co-create innovative solutions that are tailored to the needs of our respective communities. Philanthropists and social innovators in Asia are motivated by their values, by their beliefs, by their morals, and by their principles, and they are emerging as powerful forces for change. In today's morning plenary, we will unpack our latest preliminary insights in how values and beliefs shape giving in Asia, which aims to break down silos and accelerate impact across Asia. Building with last year's success with our inaugural Impact Investing Day, this year we will continue to dedicate an entire day to impact investing. I urge you to join us tomorrow as well to listen to insights across the globe and from Asian investors, specifically through the lens of blended finance, impact measurement and management, and the use of technology in harnessing impact. During Impact Investing Day, we are privileged to launch Impact Collab, a revolutionary outcomes-based social investing system developed with the support of the Monetary Authority of Singapore to kick off this really important initiative. We will be unveiling its first phase tomorrow, which is the Social Outcomes Platform. Built in partnership with Outcomes X, this platform will provide a neutral, unbiased way to quantify the annual outcomes of what impact organizations do. You can learn much more about this exciting initiative at our AVPN Hub during this conference. Also at the AVPN Hub, I would love to invite you to try our new dashboard, the Social Investment in Action in Asia, which provides interactive data about financial and non-financial capital flows by all of you, our AVPN members. In collaboration with Impact Intelligence, this pilot project uses an innovative combination of AI and text analytics to showcase more than 8,000 activities that are carried out by each and every one of you. The dashboard shows that significant strides have been made, but our journey towards real impact is far from over. Recently, we have seen that the climate crisis has evolved into a health crisis. With the inaugural Health Day during COP28 last year in Dubai, the intersection between climate and health is becoming clearer. Therefore, in partnership with the India Health Fund, Monash University, and the Center for Cellular and Molecular Platforms, the AVPN is launching a Climate and Health Lighthouse for Asia. We are excited to bring together innovation and investors who are in the climate and health nexus by aggregating knowledge for capacity building, incubating and validating innovations for effective adaptation, engaging policy shapers and practitioners, and developing evidence-backed narratives to mobilize catalytic capital. And this is just a taste of what awaits you in the next 3 days. I urge each one of us who are gathered here today to seize this moment as a catalyst for action. Let's harness the transformative power of Asian philanthropy to illuminate the path towards a brighter tomorrow for the future generations to come. I once again would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to His Highness Sheikh Tayyab bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the chairman of the International Humanitarian and Philanthropic Council, our main partner. I would also like to thank our host partners, Reaching the Last Mile, Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan Foundation, and Zayed Charitable and Humanitarian Foundation, and to all of our sponsors and members for your unwavering support for bringing this conference together. Each one of you have contributed to making this conference what it is today, the largest social investment conference in Asia. Together, I truly believe that we can build a future where one Asia truly means one future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Nana. And now we begin with our first plenary session with UAE's Minister of Community Development. Her Excellency is dedicated to accelerating social development and embodying the vision of a happy and cohesive society. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Her Excellency Shama bint Faris Al Mazrui to the stage.
Your Highness Sheikh Diab bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, good morning. I'm probably expected to talk about exciting social investment models that deliver desirable results or present about the latest trends in philanthropy from researchers, or maybe funny stories about impact that lighten things up. But instead, I want to get to the heart of the matter of AVPN, because getting to the heart of a matter changes hearts in a way that matters. AVPN is a noteworthy network that will stretch us all for the highest levels of creativity, leadership, and humanitarian givings over the next 3 days. And I say the word noteworthy because it is one that has a common energy and a common emotion that I believe cannot be traveled to, cannot be owned, an energy that cannot be earned, cannot be consumed, cannot be bought, where each individual here vibrates on a special frequency brimming with love and gratitude. You all come from different backgrounds, different expertise, from investors, leaders in corporations, policymakers, consultants, researchers, entrepreneurs, social workers from all around the world, working for impact. But you are all philanthropists, and we are in a conference centered around the concept of philanthropy. And the word philanthropy, if you like, kind of Latin or Greek, it comes from the Greek root word of philen, which means to love, and anthropos, which means in anthropology, humankind. So philanthropy means love of humanity. For without love, acts of philanthropy can just turn into ordinary PR achievements, which not only takes out the magic out of the equation, but it empties the human experience from its meaning. So a philanthropist is a lover of humankind, one who acts out of love for humankind. This enlightens me because we are blessed to be in the United Arab Emirates, where serving each other is our force, and where love is the attribute of this country's heart. In the UAE's dictionary, philanthropy means acts of service, because serving is love. The United Arab Emirates' identity lies in serving. The UAE leadership touches the world through service. And it is our founding father, Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan's legacy. His lens was that service is every moment that elevates the human experience, including all the small things that make life shine. Our leadership and our community and our families do not say, how may I help? Or how can I help? Or how can I give? They don't say, how can I fix? Rather, the word you will hear in this country is, how can I serve? I have never left a meeting with His Highness Sheikh Diab bin Mohammed bin Zayed, the honorable patron of this summit, without hearing him say, هل خدمنا بكل إخلاص؟ كيف أقدر أخدم أكثر? Which means, did we serve well? Or as long as we served fully. His expression, and I want to center on the word service again, encapsulates both love and logic. It's where his passion meets purpose. It's a statement that answers every question and eliminates all confusion and delivers every blessing for us as public servants in government. I just want to go back to the UAE dictionary, and I want to clarify something about philanthropy. Philanthropy in the UAE's terms and the UAE's leadership definition is never reduced to three things. Philanthropy is never reduced to giving money. It's never reduced to helping others. It's never reduced to fixing people's lives. Philanthropy in the UAE is simply serving, acts of service. And let me explain why I say it's not fixing or helping or giving. We never say the United Arab Emirates fixed a climate-related problem, not fixing. Or the UAE helped XYZ. Or we never say the UAE gave X billion dollars or dirhams. We were taught at a young age, the UAE serves. We serve our families, we serve our community, we serve society, we serve country. We serve the world and we serve humanity. And you might say, well, serving, giving, helping, fixing are similar. This may be true if you are watching it from the outside, but the inner experience is very different. The outcome is also very different. Our service serves us as well as others. That which uses us strengthens us. Over time, giving, fixing, helping are draining, they're depleting. Over time, we burn out. But service, on the other hand, is renewing. When we serve, our work itself sustains us. When we serve, we know that we belong to life and we belong to each other as humankind to that purpose. Service is different from helping, and I want to double click on why it is. Helping is based on inequality. It's not a relationship between equals. When you help, you use your own strength to help those of a lesser strength. People feel this inequality. When we help, we inadvertently take away from people more than we could ever give them. We may diminish their self-esteem, their sense of worth, their integrity, their wholeness. When we serve with ourselves, not with our strength. And the wholeness in us serves the wholeness in others. But why, again, in the UAE is philanthropy not giving? Because giving incurs debt. When you give someone, they owe you. But serving is mutual. There is no debt. I am as served as the person I am serving. When I give, I have a feeling of satisfaction. But when I serve, I have a feeling of gratitude. They're very different things. Again, service in the UAE and philanthropy is never fixing. We can fix broken doors. We can fix a house. You don't fix people. We don't fix humankind. When I set about fixing another person, it's because you see them as broken, and their brokenness requires you to act. Fixing is a form of judgment that separates us from one another. It creates a distance. There is a distance between ourselves and whatever and whomever we are giving, helping, or fixing. All these three are forms of judgment. All judgments create distance, a disconnection, an experience of separation. In them, there is an inequality of expertise that can easily become a moral distance. But when it comes to service, no, you cannot serve at a distance. You can only serve that to which you are profoundly connected to what you personally identify with and deeply relate to, in a way that you are willing to love. This is the UAE's leadership lens of philanthropy. This is the UAE's definition of philanthropy. And this lens of philanthropy as a service illuminates the power of love that you all carry. This unique frequency that I mentioned in the beginning, it is a power that rises far beyond the mere intellectual, bringing everyone past every barrier of time and space, right into the heart of the work that each one of us here does. And today, let's look around the world and what's happening. I believe that one of humanity's critical problems in this era is that we have been disconnected from this feeling of service and love. All other issues find their roots here. One note, all of you are serving, but sometimes you're not aware of it. As servants, we are not in a high mystical experience, mountain on top, far away from those we serve, with whatever craft we do, because serving is an opportunity, not a chore. And when we serve, we dare to imagine, to grow, to experience the beauty of human experience. And we fall in love with life all over again. And we finally grasp the blessing of being alive. This UAE AVPN chapter is unique in its look and feel, in its mission and purpose. It's meant to carry your mind beyond judgments, beyond troubles, into new reaches of clarity, compassion, and courage for social impact. You can trust that the AVPN edition from the United Arab Emirates will make a difference in your heart, even before it captures your mind. Because one lesson from our founding father is serving, and while you serve, your wise and only guide is your own heart. Everyone here knows that life is messy. It's painful, but it's beautiful and unpredictable. And the endless practice is keeping our heart open to the whole of life. Life will distract us all and pull us and pull our senses in different directions, but within each one of us is a clear compass that points us relentlessly towards acts of service towards each other. One of the lessons learned to finally end of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, our President, Allah Hafidhah, that the journey of service and serving humankind never ends. It is limitless, it's eternal, and we don't arrive, we grow, we evolve in love. So reaching the Asian social impact that the CEO of AVPN, Naina, just mentioned, starts here. With these 3 days and with you and with your standard of serving. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your inspiring words. And how beautifully you defined the word philanthropy, the lover of humankind. And in UAE, philanthropy is the act of service. An act of service is renewing, not depleting. Thank you. Our next session will be commenced in Arabic, the official language of UAE. I would request you to please put on your headsets placed next to you for live translation. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Hamdan Musallam Al-Mazrui, Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Emirates Red Crescent Authority. He embodies true leadership by promoting national and social solidarity and encouraging compassion and unity among all members of society.
سمو الشيخ ذياب بن محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس المؤتمر، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية أرحب بكم بأجمل الكلمات والعبارات التي تليق بمكانتكم الكريمة، فأهلاً وسهلاً ومرحباً بكم جميعاً على أرض العطاء وأرض السخاء وأرض التسامح والمحبة، وطن الإنسانية والسلام. أهلاً بكم في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. إن لقاءنا اليوم في دولة الإمارات جسد أروع معاني الأخوة والتعاون الدولي في مواجهة التحديات الإنسانية التي تعصف بعالمنا المعاصر. فهذا اللقاء يعبر عن أصدق معاني الأخوة الإنسانية والتزامنا الجماعي نحو عالم أكثر رحمة وعدالة للإنسانية. على هذه الأرض الطيبة قدم الوالد المؤسس الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان طيب الله ثراه أروع الأمثلة في العطاء الإنساني، مؤسساً لدولة جعلت من الإغاثات والمساعدات الإنسانية قواعد أساسية في سياستها ومنهجها. ونحن في هذا اليوم وفي كل يوم نستحضر بكل فخر واعتزاز دوره الهام والريادي، فلقد كان رمزاً للعطاء اللامحدود، وقد أسس بحكمته وبصيرته دولة قوامها الرحمة والمساواة، وعلمنا أن الإنسانية تجمعنا بلا حدود، وعلمنا أن العطاء يجب أن يمتد إلى كل محتاج دون النظر إلى الدين والعرق واللون. واليوم نرى أن العمل الإنساني يزدهر ويتوسع نطاقه وتتنوع أشكاله في عهد سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله، فنراه داعماً ومساهماً وموجهاً بل وأيضاً مشاركاً في العمل الإنساني. وهو القائل حفظه الله في كلمته المشهورة على نهج زايد الخير: سنعمل على تعزيز دورنا ضمن الدول الرائدة عالمياً في تقديم المساعدات التنموية والإنسانية وعمل الخير والاستمرار في مد يد العون إلى المجتمعات في جميع أنحاء العالم دون النظر إلى دين أو عرق أو لون. وتزامناً مع يوم زايد للعمل الإنساني وفي الذكرى العشرين لرحيل المؤسس الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان، أمر صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله بإطلاق مبادرة إرث زايد الإنساني بقيمة 20 مليار درهم تخصص للأعمال الإنسانية في المجتمعات الأكثر حاجة حول العالم. وصاحب السمو رئيس الدولة حفظه الله بهذا القرار وبعطفه وحنكته يسير بنا في دولة الإمارات نحو آفاق جديدة من الأمل والعمل في دعم الجهود العالمية لتخفيف وطأة الكوارث والأزمات، مكرساً إمكانيات الدولة لخير الإنسانية في كل مكان. حفلنا الكريم، إننا نعيش في زمن تطورت فيه وسائل التواصل والاتصال في نقل صور وأحداث أينما كانت في هذا العالم، فبين يوم وآخر وبين ساعة وأخرى تصل إلينا صور ومقاطع مؤلمة ومحزنة. وأمام كل هذا يقف البعض متابعاً صامتاً وساخطاً دون عمل، في حين يختار غيرهم أن يكونوا سبباً في التغيير بكل ما يملكون من جهد وعمل لرفع المعاناة عن المنكوبين في كل مكان، حتى يكونوا قوة تغيير إيجابي وسواعد خير تبدل الأحداث المؤلمة إلى فرص جديدة. هنا أتحدث عن أفراد وأتحدث عن مؤسسات وأتحدث عن دول، وفي مقدمة هذه الدول دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، التي يمثل فيها العمل الإنساني عقيدة ثابتة ومنهج أصيل وخيار لا يقبل النقاش. فكرامة الإنسان كانت دائماً وما زالت حجر الزاوية في حضور دولة الإمارات في مشهد العمل الإنساني والإغاثي. فحاجة الإنسان وفقر الإنسان لا تعني أنهم فقدوا إنسانيتهم، ولذلك فإن مساعدات دولة الإمارات تقدم إلى كل محتاج حاملة اسم الهدايا، وتمنح العطايا من دولة الإمارات ومعها أفكار تنموية مبتكرة لخلق مشاريع تقوم على منطق تعليم الصيد عوضاً عن توفير السمكة. فنحن في دولة الإمارات نتحدث عن نوع فريد من العمل الإنساني، بل قل إن شئت الاستثمار الإنساني، وذلك من خلال تحويل المحن الصعبة إلى فرص تجدد وتطور وتبني كفاءات وطاقات شابة ستكتب بحروف النماء والازدهار خطوط الغد في مجتمعاتها وفي دولها. نعم، هذه هي فلسفتنا في دولة الإمارات. نحن نؤمن في دولة الإمارات بأن العطاء رحلة مستدامة متكاملة، تبدأ من الإغاثات وتوفير الأمن والأمان، ثم الماء، ثم الغذاء، مروراً بالتعليم، لتنتهي بإعادة الإعمار. وكل ذلك يكون من دولة الإمارات دون أن نمن على أحد. وربما الكثير من هذه الأعمال يوثق بشكل غير جيد، بل وربما لا يعلم به إلا من وصل إليه خير دولة الإمارات فقط. أيها السيدات والسادة، أود أن أؤكد لكم بأنني ومن خلال خبرتي في العمل الإنساني أنه في كل مكان يرتفع فيه صوت الوجع ويتألم فيه الناس في الكوارث تجد أبناء الإمارات سفراء للخير وأعوان لكل من مزقتهم المحن، غير عابئين بالأخطار والظروف القاسية المحيطة بطبيعة عملهم الإنساني. لا هم لهم سوى مد أياديهم البيضاء إلى كل محتاج يجدونه. فكل الصعاب تهون إذا كان في نهايتها إنقاذ حياة إنسان أو علاج مريض يتألم أو أمل يتجدد في قلب أم مكلومة أو ابتسامة على وجه طفل صغير. لقد أدركت دولة الإمارات أنها تستشعر النعم التي تملكها وتعي حق الإنسان على أخيه الإنسان، وتدرك أن الأرقام والإحصائيات على صحتها وحجمها ودقتها ليس هو ما يهم عندما يتعلق الأمر بحياة وأرواح البشر. فلا شيء يقدر بثمن عندما ترى تلك الوجوه الحزينة الشاحبة تسترجع الأمل والحلم الذي فقدته أو ربما كادت أن تفقده على حين غرة. أيها السيدات والسادة، إننا اليوم مدعوون لتكريس روح الإنسانية في جلساتنا ونقاشاتنا على أمل أن نخرج بمبادرات جديدة ترسخ قيم الخير والعدل والسلام، فنحن نجتمع على أرض الإمارات لنعبر عن إيماننا المشترك بأن الإنسانية يمكن أن تتحد في وجه الصعاب، وأن العمل الإنساني هو جسر نبنيه معاً نحو مستقبل ملؤه الأمل والسلام. فدعونا جميعاً نستلهم من روح الشيخ زايد طيب الله ثراه وعزيمة صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد حفظه الله، فنحمل لواء العطاء لنشهد معاً فجراً جديداً للإنسانية، معززين بتضامننا ووحدتنا العمل الإنساني المثمر. شكراً لكم أيها الحفل الكريم لكونكم جزء من هذا المسعى النبيل، وأتمنى لهذا المؤتمر كل النجاح والتوفيق، وأتمنى لكم الإقامة الطيبة في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And before we continue, a few housekeeping announcements. As you know, our conference is spread across 2 beautiful locations. Double the venue, double the impact. Our morning sessions will be held here at St. Regis, and our afternoon breakout sessions will be held at the Park Hyatt. There will be buses that will be running between the 2 venues. And may I remind you, if you have not already done so, please download the AVPN Events app. You can scan the QR code from behind your badge and get ready for some impactful connections. This app is your ultimate tool for navigating this incredible conference seamlessly. You can access the full agenda. Over the 3 days, you have the ability to build your own personalized agendas by booking your sessions that you're interested in. And my favorite part, you can connect with other attendees. And you can use the app to book your lunch spots at one of the 6 restaurants across the 2 locations. And we would encourage you to book a restaurant that's near your breakout session. For example, if you are heading to a breakout session at the Park Hyatt, please be sure to book your lunch at one of the restaurants there. And finally, when we break for lunch, please use the appropriate exits. We have 4 doors that are exit doors, each leading to a different venue. But don't worry, I'll remind you of these later in the program as well. And now let's get back to our next panel. Asia's impact ecosystem is made up of diverse set of actors working to address the profound challenges facing the region. Excuse me.
It's a bit of a broad answer, but I've always loved being in networks. And I have learned a lot, and I hope I have contributed as well. And the reason is because I am not a trained person in social change, neither in philanthropy. I have just kind of found my way and developed and learned and changed and experienced. And a lot of it is something that, I find very interesting when I share or when I hear from peer sets who are not from my country. I think to me, both AVPN and AGN really represent that place where you can come together. It's almost like this, this square in the center of the city, these old European towns where you could just come together and truly learn and share and have a good moment. And AGN has really represented that for me, the diversity. I didn't know as much about rest of Asia. A lot of my experiences, my learning has been largely limited to India and maybe a little bit to South Asia. I have been part of networks. I am still, in fact, on the board of another network that really looks at families and family businesses and family philanthropy from emerging markets, and that's been another place where I've learned. But I think the specialness, if as it were, of AGN is that we're all women. I think all the women come from, with, have very successful backgrounds. They've run businesses, they've been part of businesses, they've led, they're leaders, And I think that diversity, it's not just a group of philanthropists, right? It's people who have experienced other parts of life, as it were. And I think that diversity, is magical. And I think we generally you tend to again, become narrow. I had this almost this arrogance that civil society in India is so highly evolved. It is noisy, it's chaotic, but it has a very strong voice, and I'm very proud of, my fellow philanthropists as well as the organizations on the ground. But when you go to other countries and you meet women who represent, there's so much to learn and there's so much to share and there's so much to say, oh, that's the way it happens. Last year in Indonesia, when we were in Indonesia and we had this magnificent gathering, it was the first time that you learned about, Indonesia is different from Thailand, is different from Philippines. The issues may sound similar. We all think that women's issues are similar, but there are nuances, and those nuances can actually lead to better programming if you actually sit and think and introspect and come back. So I think that is what really AGN represents to me. It's a way of thumping the table and saying that Asian women actually have a lot of clarity and a lot of thought leadership in what does not work in this part of the world and what can be done to really change that.
I'm actually quite blessed to be part of this network and community, and meeting all the women, the amazing women from across Asia and all of even globally, not only in Asia, from the network. And I think sharing and hearing everyone's story and journey has been very powerful and impactful for me. So I'm hoping through this platform that we can create meaningful engagements, and we are able to support each other. I think that's really important, and sharing our own stories, how we can leverage of with our own journey and story and help each other basically. And through this network, I'm hoping we're able to explore.
While we were setting up, I'm so glad we got to hear from our AGN leaders. These are leaders and philanthropists and mentors to young female philanthropists. Now let's get back to our next panel. Asia's impact ecosystem is made up of diverse set of actors working to address the profound challenges facing the region. In this next session, you will hear from our esteemed panelists from across the region share their solutions and explore ways in which we can ignite community change by working together. Please join me in welcoming our panel, moderated by Ms. Becky Anderson from CNN, along with the panelists Dr. Gabriel Leong, the Hong Kong Jockey Club Charities Trust, Her Excellency Nora Binte Muhammad Al-Kabi, Minister of State, His Excellency Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno from Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economies of Republic of Indonesia.
A very, very good morning. I'm so honored to be here. You join me in my home city of Abu Dhabi for what is this first AVPN event here. It's been so enlightening and frankly so energizing to hear from our speakers this morning. We need this. We need hope. We need global leadership. If there's one thing that I feel through the work that I am doing, and I'm the managing editor for CNN here in the Gulf region and the host of Connect the World with Becky Anderson, which is a primetime show broadcast from our Middle East programming hub here in Abu Dhabi every day for 2 hours. 2 hours worth of real estate on CNN is a big deal, and that 2 hours is so often these days dominated by really tough news. I mean, the backdrop to us meeting here today, of course, is the conflict in Gaza and its impact and potential impact around this region and the wider world. The climate crises, food and water scarcity, deep divisions around the world. All of this needs global leadership, and in 25 years that hasn't been as clear to me as it is today. And so through the G20 in Indonesia and ASEAN, and congratulations to your governments for your leadership through those, to the UAE for its leadership at COP28, remarkable. But what I was really struck by in these events here in Asia, run by leaders in Asia, has been the involvement of the social impact investment community, without which we will have no hope. And it's absolutely clear we need joined up thinking, different thinking. And it's that different thinking that I've been struck by here in the UAE since I've lived here over the last 10 years. So without further ado, let's get into this discussion this morning. I wish you, though, all the very best over the next 3 days. What a community this is, and what opportunities you can provide. Hello, good morning. Good morning to all of you. Can I start with the Minister from Indonesia? Because I think as I remarked, the leadership through G20 and ASEAN has been remarkable. And what your government put at the heart of the narrative was impact. Didn't try to run away from sort of ethereal thinking and lots of sort of chat without us getting anywhere. It was all about a focus on impact. And you joined with AVPN in order to ensure that that narrative was nailed. Can we just get a progress report from you, if you will?
Well, thank you very much, His Highness, Excellencies, and distinguished guests, participants. Thank you for giving me a chance, Becky. I watch you almost every night on Connect the World. And yes, finally, I spent a couple of times with Richard on the panel, but this is my first time with you, so it's an absolute
little calmer,
pleasure.
perhaps.
Yes, starstruck. But anyway, we are, when you talk about impact, there's huge speeches, big concepts, but when it comes down to the detail, you need to measure it. And the G20 in Indonesia is focusing on recovering together and recovering stronger. So one areas that we saw the impact, and this is clearly seen when you land in Bali, is the decarbonizing way that we're handling all this post the G20 conference in terms of planting mangroves. So when you land in Bali, you can see rows and rows of mangrove plantations planted by global leaders first in 2022 and now growing. And it has been, it has enabled at least the tourism sectors to come across that the green tourism is really happening. And Doug, Naina's friend, and I, who sort of like introduced this AVPN concept, had discussions with me during the lunch in Bali, and I said, Doug, have you offset your flight from Boston to here, and we have a carbon calculator, a carbon footprint calculator, and we said, wow, you need to plant 100 trees. So you can either pay $1,000 through the offsetting programs, or you can pay me $100. I run and collect this 100 mangrove trees, and I plant it myself. So he gave me $100, and that's one report card that that 100 plants, the mangrove trees planted by Doc is alive and well. I checked last week. Secondly, on sustainability, is you talk about impacts to local communities. The shirt that I'm wearing, this is Karawo, from where Veronica mother was born in north part of Sulawesi. This is what you call slow fashion. Why? Because it takes 3 months to, and it involves 30 women. Because you have to do it very, very slow, and yes, maybe it's not efficient, it's not effective, it's not done overnight, but it actually put the sustainability in terms of fashions, things that we wear every day. And same with the hat that I'm wearing, it's also involved. Here, women, and this is guys who are putting the time in terms of making impact to the creating local employments for the things that we do. So the G20 also focusing on areas such as the coral reef restorations. So we are now putting, as part of the tourism products and packages, is basically you have to be involved in some of the activities, from the reducing food loss and food waste to coral reef restorations and many other local activities. So this is something that I think the G20 have put in place on a concrete basis in order for us to achieve a net zero situations by 2050. Of course, there's huge billion of dollars of the ideas, the shutting down of coal-fired power plant, but I think it will take time. But the scorecard that you asked earlier, we have been at least delivering from the tourism and creative economy side, and this is something that I'm so excited to share in this panel, that what we put together in Bali in 2022 is now being implemented, and it's already making the measurable impact.
Because the challenges are clear. I mean, I know you face the challenges for Indonesia's tourism and creative economy sectors every day. You talked about some of the initiatives that your ministry has put in place to sort of help foster a more sustainable future. I was interested to say that you ran with that $100 of your dear friend. You told me this morning that you've already had an 8.5-mile run, which made me feel exhausted just thinking about it, given the weather at present. But what that did was take you round the cultural zone here. Yes. Before we move on, and I'm sure, Nora, I'm going to come to you next, but I'm sure you will not mind our esteemed colleague just talking about what you saw this morning. How was that?
I see you every night on Connect the World, but I see it with my own eyes that what leadership and His Highness really showed us in terms of bringing culture, bringing the latest of creative economy, I would say, into fruitions. And this is something that I see progress, vision, and putting capital to work that really empowers the best practices of the world, bringing into Abu Dhabi. And this is something that I would like to cement in the long-term vision. Our president, Pak Jokowi, before I left, said that we need to come up with something, because this is our last 6 months of administration before we hand it to the next President Prabowo. But we need to, between at least the UAE and Indonesia, because the friendship that the two countries have, we have the Jokowi Mosque here, and we have the huge MBZ toll road in Indonesia. We need to cement this into something that really could showcase how that SDG number 17 that Naina said really could be solved and showcased.
Wonderful, wonderful. Come back in a couple of years and you'll see the Guggenheim will be finished by then. And then, you know, this sort of master plan for the cultural zone, which is just here in this area, is remarkable. Nora, who's a dear friend of mine, our esteemed colleague here, Sandy, has just talked about the importance of partnerships and the importance of the partnership of the UAE and Indonesia, for example. This is the first time that AVPN, of course, has gathered here in Abu Dhabi. There's a deep-rooted heritage of giving, as Her Excellency described here. It's service in the first instance. Social investment and philanthropy sits at the heart of so much of what you hear here in the UAE. I just wonder if you can just further explain a little how the heritage of the UAE and the heritage of this service and this giving informs what the UAE does today in collaborating with impact leaders around the world.
Thank you, Becky. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Your Highness, AVPN. It's wonderful to be here and with my esteemed panelists. I think now we're going to talk with the airline executives in terms of converting our air miles to planting trees. So working at the Foreign Ministry, I can't imagine how much trees we should be planting anytime soon. You know, just giving the audience, and especially the ones who may be for the first time here in Abu Dhabi and the UAE, welcome to your second home. And I would like to just give you a background of going back to the spirit of giving and such philanthropy that is instilled in the spirits of people in the station, whether from the UAE or residents of the UAE. And we see it in different occasions, events, circumstances. And the recent one was the storm that occurred in the UAE and how we saw wonderful heroes that supported one another. And of course, we can't forget how it was a very swift transition that is supported by the government and its partners. Going back to the formation of the UAE in 1971, so 1971 was also the year that formed the Abu Dhabi Development Fund. And we have the Director General, my friend Mohammed Saif al-Suwaidi, who's a very agile and keen person to make sure that we are not just looking at the element of what Nania mentioned, the transactional giving, but the sustainable giving. How sustainable it is, how the social impact, the economic impact with the social impact. And again, forming it in the 70s, that means in the 1990s and the 80s, there was the instilling the way it is being an institution rather than individuals. Different emirates, private sectors, players, foundations. And I think having such a mosaic of such collaborators help us with a formula that makes it as well sustainable. There's you know, in terms of the area that we work in at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, my colleague here, Sultan Al-Shamsi, who's been going to Gaza more than any one of us ever. I thank him and I commend his colleague of the heroic work they're doing. So thank you so much, Sultan, and the team and the support of the government that is making sure that how's the UAE is not about just being the top donor, even if we are, in terms of the ratio of the UN giving is the top donor, but again, it's about how do you build such bridges by the dialogue, no matter what. So going back to the point of consistently exceeding the UN target of visual development assistance, I can say that we have a foreign policy when it comes to establishing the assistance in 2016. Of course, it was upgraded in 2020 with the pandemic. We look at themes that focuses on health, education, of course, the crises that are looking at the infrastructure. Of course, there's the man-made crises, and there's the nature crises, and what it takes it towards.
I think it's important just to spend a moment talking about the UAE's leadership for example, at the United Nations Security Council with Lana Nusebe, who spent 2 years leading the UAE's position at the UNSC. It couldn't have been a tougher time. I think she took the presidency on, the revolving presidency on in March the 1st, 2022. The Ukraine war, the Russia conflict had just broken out. The work that's been done behind the scenes there is also important just to mark, I think, because she's led an Arab bloc during that time, the UAE's time on the UNSC, but also, you know, the partnerships that the UAE has across Asia have been marked by the work that's been achieved.
Absolutely, and I think those 2 years marks, again, you know, how competent the team were in making sure that in such a difficult time, with the support of leadership, maneuvering, you know, along such situations, whether it's the conflict in Gaza, and the resolutions that we worked on, the resolution that fights hate speeches. I mean, people were skeptical. Why are we talking about hate speeches? Well, hate speeches, you know, takes you to conflict, extremism, and war, and you know, the scary ideologies that we have. So fighting for such resolutions, we go back again, what will be the sustainable impact of a resolution? Another part is how can we as well look at the women aspect, the youth aspect, and the women aspect, training women in peace and security. In the UAE, we train more than 500 women at the Khawla Bint al-Azwar military school, because women have to be part as well of such diversified landscape when it comes to security. I mean, those 2 years were years marked with historical resolutions, with resolutions that we tried to push for during the unfortunate conflict in Gaza, and we are seeing the momentum till today, because that is a momentum that is marked by history and is a momentum that we all as a people, we have this shared humanity of responsibility when it comes to that.
I want to talk to you about one or two very specific projects, one of which is the rebuild of the Mosul Mosque, because I think that goes again to the heart of the thinking here when it comes to social impact, investment, and relationships that you build around the sort of ecosystem. Before I do that, Dr. Lum, can I just bring you in? And under your leadership, the Hong Kong Jockey Club has become one of the world's largest philanthropic organizations, notably addressing the critical impacts of climate change, specifically on health systems, which I was really interested to note. What's also interesting is, of course, your Pan-Asian focus. Could you discuss just how the Hong Kong Jockey Club is partnering with other philanthropic entities and governments across Asia to tackle some of these systemic challenges that you see as critical at this point?
Thank you, Becky, and thank you to His Highness and, of course, my very distinguished panelists. Let me just say, in Hong Kong, we are a very small place, tiny. We have packed it with 7.5 million people, but we can't survive, let alone thrive, just looking inwards. It's always been an externally oriented place for 180 years and counting. And philanthropy, we've been doing it for 140 years this year. And there are two things that we've noticed. One is we've really tried to work with every NGO in our civil society, and we think that we're now reaching the limit as to how much more marginal impact we can achieve just looking within. And the only way, like very much this wonderful country, is to look out. Even if you have self-interest only in mind, you can't improve Hong Kong's civil society and NGO sector, let alone the wider philanthropic sector, by just looking at yourself. You would need to go out even if you just want to improve that little bit more within. And that's why in the last year, we started an international independent arm called the Institute of Philanthropy. We put money where our mouth is, so we seeded it with 800 million US dollars, not as an endowment, as a spend down. It's a think, fund, do tank. So if it's a think tank, then it's kind of like a gap shop. And there are plenty, too many already. If it just funds, then it lacks meaning because Her Excellency, both Excellencies, just emphasized the spirit of service, that it's not how much you actually give out, but with what purpose. And of course, the minister just reminded us of the impact. And that's why the Institute of Philanthropy is a common platform. It's not ours, but we put out this idea and say, look, why don't we do it together? And we look at Asia from this part of the world all the way to Northeast Asia. And I think that it is absolutely incumbent upon us, which has already been and will continue to be the economic engine of the world for the foreseeable future, to start using that wealth better. Not only in terms of redistribution, the second time through taxes and the third time through philanthropy and charity, but also across borders. Because Becky, you said, look, there are these supranational planetary issues. Just down the road in Dubai, COP28. Wonderful example of what could be achieved, what seemed impossible at the beginning of that week, which this country led the world to achieve at the end of that week. And that really is that spirit. And the last comment for now that I will make is there is so much potential. Let me just take my own country as an example. 1/5 of humanity. Philanthropic giving, less than 0.2% GDP. In the US, 2% to 2.2, 2.3% consistently. There's a 10x difference as a percentage of GDP. Of course, there are contextual reasons why there is still such a large gap, but let's not even say we want to reach 10x, even 2x, 5x. That's absolutely enormous. And if we're going to do it, let's do it together.
Wonderful. Let's drill down at this point, speak to the audience here. We've got a community present that collectively deploys hundreds of billions. I just want to get from each of you what your message to this audience is regarding how they deploy that immense capital. And let's drill down on the work that you're doing at the Institute, for example. Where are these best opportunities? Minister, I'd like to get your perspective on that as well. You started this panel by introducing us to the fact that this is an organization that's been around a long time, and you've been heavily involved with colleagues in this. Before we do that, Noor, I do just want you to talk about the Al Nouri Mosque project, because that was a rebuild which was part and parcel of ensuring that what has been, a region in conflict, a country in conflict, that there was a real ambition to rebuild its cultural identity and heritage. Can you just talk very briefly, and this was under your tenure as Minister of Culture, just talk about the change in the thinking, the change in the perspective, how that personifies the sort of pillars that you described here in the UAE, and how that sort of private-public partnership came together.
Yes. Of course, back in 2018, I remember flying in a plane to Iraq, Baghdad, and Mina Arabi was with us in the plane, going, seeing her home country after a long time for such an important initiative. But before that, the president was very keen in terms of this will be the amount of us to rebuild the Nouri Mosque. And the question why, the answer was, this is a shared humanity, and I don't want this mosque to be remembered in the way that it was last seen. And going to the point of collaboration, of course, this is part of the UAE aid as well. So it's the Ministry of Culture with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And this comes with the diversity and the instructions of His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed, our foreign minister. How can our aid be smarter? Smart, not just the usual aid, but the aid that I know that will kind of flourish in different kind of layers and aspects that will help the community. So our task is to go and forge a partnership with the UNESCO. Because it's a site under the UNESCO, heritage site under the UNESCO. Rebuilding it after such conflict requires us to partner with people on the ground. You're talking about youth from Mosul, from Iraq, who their city has been destructed due to the ideology and the horrific acts of Daesh. After that, how to get them feel hopeful. It's not just the brick, it's more than that. We thought it's going to be the brick, the restoration, thank you, let's announce it. This journey is a journey that will be concluded hopefully soon in a beautiful launch ceremony, but what we've done is partnering with local firms, companies, construction, capacity building as well, because we wanted to, we trained more than 1,500 Iraqis. You're talking about Mosul, you're talking about different places that are destructed. So whomever we're going to train in the Nouri Mosque and the two churches are going to also restore other towns in Mosul. Fast forward, what we discovered is, of course, there is the social and economic impact within Mosul itself. There are also book fairs happening, music fairs happening, and social clubs happening due to the activation of such site. And so looking at all of such layers that supports a community, the sustainability of their giving in terms of their country and community. We had 2 years ago a session at the UNESCO, and the same group that were there with us were talking as professionals. They were discussing how they're restoring, the Muslim is restoring the church, and the Christian is restoring the mosque. And the beautiful thing is the values that you instill in terms of coexistence, His Highness Sheikh Al-Hayyan. Coexistence is something that we should push for even in our projects when it comes to such social impact. Finally, I want to end it with the youth, the group of young Maslawis, Iraqis, when they concluded their remarks at the UNESCO, we had youth from Ukraine asking them for questions. How will they be able to build the heritage site that is being destructed? Now, unfortunately, this might go also to the youth in Gaza. How can we restore? So, I mean, this is kind of the triple effect that we're looking forward with the team at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and at the aid team from a cultural perspective, and with different private institutions and social institutions and governments, of course.
Brilliant. Thank you. I thought that was very important that you spend a moment in explaining that project, because I think it gets to the heart of the message from here. To all three of you, there is plenty of energy. There's plenty of goodwill. There are also significant challenges when it comes to ensuring greater collaboration and getting philanthropic capital to work effectively. How can institutions, do you believe, across Asia work together more effectively? Minister.
By putting together all the best practices in a common platform, such as this one, and sharing some of what really worked and what really didn't work effectively. I think we have some of the best ideas and best execution team in the room. When we were in Bali, we learned so much from. My DNA is entrepreneur. I may be in government and public service, but I always relate to my early experience as an entrepreneur. We take failures as part of value-added experience so that we could do better things forward. So when you mentions about billions of dollars, where should we put it? And I think we should look at, firstly, jobs, and in particular, green, sustainable jobs. We work with women in the bottom of the pyramid in the tourism and creative economy, and they do represent more than 50%, more than half of the workforce. So I look at the ecosystems. When we go into vacations, who decide where to go? It's the women. At least in my family, my wife decides, I just end up paying. But what about the leaders in the tourism ministry? Apparently, it's less than 50% women. So when I was appointed by President Jokowi, I said that we need more representations of women in the leadership on the top echelon. And we have been able to achieve that. Hopefully 6 months into the end of administrations, more than 50%. My vice minister is a woman, permanent secretary, and 4 out of 7 deputies are women. So jobs, and in particular green jobs, targeted towards who could really be better off in representing the sectors, which is women. Secondly, I think as we grab post-pandemic with cost of living, in terms of cost of food, some of these monies could be channeled into providing the best green and more sustainable ways to produce food, energy, and water. We're going to have a huge World Water Forum in Bali in about 3 weeks' time. This is where we address on how sustainability, and in particular of water, energy, and food, could be tackled. And some of these best ideas from philanthropists. The entrepreneurs could share some of the latest and greatest innovations, and the government can also provide some of the institutional disciplines. The way of this PPP, public-private partnership, I think is the way to go. When you think about a common platform, bring together communities, then you could really push forward some of the tougher agendas.
Thank you, Dr. Lung. Then where are the bottlenecks? This feels very inspirational at times. How do we ensure that this capital is out there acting? How do we better collaborate?
And I think that's where the aphorism, you can't improve something you can't or don't measure. And I think that's where cool, hard calculus of impact measurement comes in. Now, if you think about it, the SDGs, Naina reminded us, and Her Excellency reminded us, that we have not been reaching our KPIs in some of the important areas at least. Why? Or why not? If you recall back to the MDGs for the millennium, they were simple enough, and I think we did pretty well by 2015 when we concluded the MDGs, transitioned to the SDGs, then everybody had a go at it. 17 SDGs, 169 targets, and each target with at least 3 to 5 sub-targets. Which KPIs actually matter? And I think in impact philanthropy, we still lack good measurement tools and KPIs. And therefore, there's been a proliferation of these. You really don't know which matters and which doesn't. Which then ends up, as Becky, you just pointed out, whichever is more heart-wrenching, whichever elicits more tears of fear, sadness, or joy, would get the money. And that's not how you could improve a system. But don't belittle the challenge. If you look at the world of ESG metrics, and the fact that Larry Fink has had to beef up his own security and has actually, in the last 9 months, shut up about ESG metrics, tells you that if you are even remotely close to success in improving the system and changing the system, because your set of metrics is beginning to be effective, you get an almost tsunami-like of opposition. And that, I think, is something that we all need to think about, and that we all need to rely on each other to share best practice, what works, what doesn't work, and how can you tell that it's actually working to improve lives for women, for children, for people at the absolute bottom rung of those pyramids, for people whom could benefit the most from the current system and from that extra philanthropic dollar. And that, to me, is a common challenge for all of us in the coming few days to get that extra kick of momentum, and hopefully beyond, we will then start working together with renewed vigor and on an accelerated trajectory.
Well, I look forward to what is beyond Abu Dhabi, but I know that there's an awful lot of work to do in the next 3 days. It's been an absolute delight having you on this panel. I'm sorry that we've had so little time really to get to the heart of the conversations that I know you will be having. So there is time. The very best of luck to all three of you here today. Thank you very much indeed for joining me here. Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the very best of luck for the AVPN conference here in Abu Dhabi.
I believe that climate action is a learning curve, and we're at different places on that learning curve. Yeah, my name is Gayatri, and I work at the A.T. Chandra Foundation. So at the A.T. Chandra Foundation, we look at a problem and then we try and identify what is the root cause of that problem and focus on solving for that. So we're not a huge foundation which has unlimited pools of funds, which therefore is a good thing because it makes us very strategic in terms of how we tackle these problems. And for us, ultimately these solutions need to scale. And for scale, what we need to do is work very closely with government and with communities that we are here to work for. So in Maharashtra, we had worked on about 3,000 water bodies in the very dry areas of Vidarbha and Marathwada. One can't ignore the problems that we see every day on climate change or because of climate change. So when we were looking at solutions, we could have looked at many solutions if you're just looking at livelihoods as a problem. But it's impossible to ignore the fact that your work still needs to be climate positive, and so therefore we decided to work at this intersectionality between climate and livelihoods. What we focus on initially, our starting point was always about farmer livelihoods. We were very impacted by reading the news or hearing about farmer suicides in Maharashtra and realizing that we need to find a solution that's long-term for them. Of course, there were challenges that came about. We deeply believe that this water solution that we have of rejuvenation of water bodies has to scale because the water crisis exists across the country. We started working in Rajasthan. Now, Rajasthan, we quickly got feedback from the ground that farmers are not interested in this silt because the silt is sandy. It's not the fertile silt we saw in Maharashtra. Which initially we thought, if that's the case, this model doesn't work. It solely depends on farmer interests and their demand. But talking to our NGOs, who in turn talk to the communities, we realized that the community still wants that, the mud or the silt, because they can use it for things like constructing the roads in their villages, to construct schools. So we said, okay, this just needs a small pivot and we can continue doing this work. I think what it told us was, look, we need to find local solutions, and the only way to find local solutions is to talk to the locals. we can't be sitting in our office in Bombay and saying this one size fits all. At the end of the day, the work got done because we got tremendous support from the government. The government put money to get the work done. They were able to problem solve every time we hit a roadblock. And they were there on the ground, on the field with us. So if you went into, in the scorching heat in May, right? We have to do this in the summer months. 48 degrees, 52 degrees. It was not just our NGOs and the farmers on the ground, not just the JCB operators. We had the district collectors over there ensuring that the work was happening. We had the opportunity to present our work to Niti Aayog. The Aayog has approved a budget for a pilot project for us to work in 6 aspirational districts across 3 states. I believe that climate action is a learning curve, and we're at different places on that learning curve. So there's a line in the movie Don't Look Up, which says you cannot tell people that there's a 100% chance that they're going to die, right? So I think there are solutions, there are ways to look at positive impact in other areas that are climate positive. Give them the space to learn how their work is actually making a positive impact on climate, and then use that as a launch pad to get people to do more and more.
Minister Sandy, it wasn't just you who was starstruck. Even I had the moment of being starstruck, and maybe I'll get my selfie in with Becky Anderson. A big thank you to our panelists for their enlightening insights. Let's carry forward these lessons as we work together towards creating a more collaborative and sustainable future. For our next session, we are honored to have with us today the Director General of Abu Dhabi Fund for Development. The fund's mission is to help developing countries achieve sustainable growth and reduce poverty by providing financial resources, forging partnerships in the public and private sectors, and adopting international best practices to ensure aid effectiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage His Excellency Mohammed Saif Al Suwaidi.
Your Highness, Sheikh Diab bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Chairman of the International Humanitarian and Philanthropic Council, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is a pleasure to be with you all today at the AVBN Global Conference, held for the first time in the Middle East and the West Asia region. We're honored to host you, our partners from across Asia and the globe who shares our vision for a more equitable world. The UAE is a global leader on sustainable development, and ADFD is a strategic partner in this work. Since its establishment in 1971, the fund has invested more than $58 billion into development projects and investment over 100 countries, supporting both sustainable economic growth and accelerating progress toward the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Across Islamic Development Bank member countries, 281 million people are living in extreme poverty. While significant progress has been made to alleviate poverty, vulnerable population remain far behind. And the hard-won progress is threatened by climate change, gender inequality, and global economic instability. The UAE is committed to addressing the root causes of poverty, to help countries secure brighter future for their population. One example of this is our investment on the Lives and Livelihood Fund. LLF is the largest development initiative of its kind in the Middle East, leveraging an innovative blended financing model focused on breaking down the barriers that prevent individuals, organizations, and government on the lower income countries from obtaining the resources they need to prosper. Under the direction of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi Fund for Development joined LLF as a founding member in 2016. With $1.44 billion mobilized to date and project delivered in 22 countries, LLF in its first phase benefited more than 3 million smallholder farmers, provided access to quality healthcare for 12.5 million women and children, and is set to provide over 7.5 million people with better infrastructure facilities. These critical investments supported the much-needed progress toward 9 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. But we know that we will not fully meet those collective goals for sustainable development without investing in models that accelerate action against poverty, while addressing emerging threats such as climate change and the challenge of gender inequality. That's why today, under the leadership of His Highness, the President, we are committing $50 million to LLF next phase. Where the fund will focus on further improvement of primary health, supporting smallholder farming and rural agriculture, and improving basic infrastructure. By supporting country-led solutions in those areas and taking a new focus on women empowerment and climate change, LLF aims to address the root causes of poverty, while helping countries to build resilience in the face of threat to stability and prosperity. In partnership with the ISDB and our co-founders, the UAE investment will help build a healthier, more prosperous, climate-resilient communities, and also at the same time ensuring no one is left behind. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, together we stand united in our commitment to creating a brighter and more sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Highness. His Highness will be back soon. Values and beliefs serve as a powerful catalyst for philanthropy in Asia. Join us as our next panel of visionary philanthropists share how their beliefs inspire transformative giving practices, driving meaningful impact across diverse communities. Please welcome our esteemed panel. His Excellency Dr. Ali Al-Nuaimi, Chair of Defense Affairs at Federal National Council, Mr. Tam Hall, Global Head of Social Impact and Philanthropy Services at UBS Optimus Foundation, and Ms. Veronica Colondom, Founder and CEO at YCAB Foundation.
Assalamu alaikum.
So somebody said earlier that Abu Dhabi is like a second home. For me, it certainly is, because I grew up here in the 1990s. And it's almost tripled in size. So clearly you're doing things very well in terms of prosperity and leading the world. And it's such a privilege to be back here today to have what I think is, and I would say this because it's the panel that I'm hosting today, but the most important discussion at AVPN, which is about belief, values, and motivations that drive impact. As global head of philanthropy at UBS, the world's largest wealth manager, it's been my privilege to work with thousands of families on their philanthropy, their impact investing over the last 2 decades. And we heard earlier that philanthropy means love of humanity, love of humankind, love of people. But I think what we don't talk often enough about is what is behind that love? What motivates people to love others? And in my experience, not exclusively, but much more often than people realize, philanthropy is rooted in values, belief systems, moral codes, and faith. And it's through these motivations that we drive some of the impact that we're all so passionate about, that we've heard discussed already this morning. But we don't explicitly discuss these faith motivations. But I'm very happy to say that with my esteemed panelists, we are going to discuss it. So I think what we've seen is that faith-based giving occupies a really important part of the global development landscape. It opens up opportunities for knowledge sharing, collaboration, and coordination, especially here in Asia, helping us all to maximize our collective impact. Whether you're an investor, a donor, or a government funder who is guided by faith, irrespective of religious doctrine, but you have a unified purpose, which is ultimately to make a positive impact on society, to serve, as we heard others, to support and love our neighbor. Religious communities are often some of the most trusted sources of delivery, particularly in rural communities. So if we aren't working with them, we maybe are not going to have the impact that we want to see. And when individuals that are part of a faith community are in need, the community will often function as that first point of entry to request assistance. Now, here in Asia, we know that the faith traditions are complex. They are really embedded in impact investing, social entrepreneurship, and blended finance. But there does remain somewhat of a gap in understanding faith-aligned giving. And our esteemed hosts for our conference today, AVPN, I see Naina in the front smiling because I know this is something that's close to your heart as a fellow impact chaser, have launched a report as a faith-neutral platform, but recognizing the need for us to talk about this topic more, a brilliant new paper called How Values and Beliefs Shape Giving in Asia. And if you haven't downloaded it to your app, please do. I think it's a fascinating exposition of the opportunities we have by having these kinds of discussions more. And over the course of the next 25 minutes, my panelists and I are going to talk about the considerations around values aligned and faith giving, the challenges that you've encountered in this space, and to investigate the innovative and collaborative funding opportunities that we have before us. So, without further ado, I'm going to start with you, Veronica. You're founder and CEO of the YCAB Foundation. Maybe just tell us a little bit about what is the YCAB Foundation and what is your personal motivator from a faith and values perspective?
No, thank you, Tom, for that. Well, YCAB Foundation stands for Yayasan Cinta Anak Bangsa. People ask, what's in the name? It's everything. Yayasan means in our language, in Bahasa, foundation. But the key word in the name of our foundation is the cinta, which is the love, the word for love. Cinta, anak bangsa, the children of nation. So that is the driving value. We are loving thy neighbor, as you said earlier. I'm particularly, my own worldview is Christian, but I serve. Back in that word where the minister is kindly say is an act of service. And that's the very core value of our foundation, where we actually abbreviated I serve, because both love and service is inseparable. So I think for me, the journey has been spiritual. I have to use that word. Although when you say the word spiritual, you don't actually talk about religion. It can be religious experience, but for me, it's because the calling of me being a mom at that point of time, and now we are on the road to empower the bottom of the pyramid, the mothers, which is in Indonesia, those who actually live still with $2 capita income, which is by the standard of World Bank is still poor. We are finding that to be still a lot. So we are servicing this bottom of the pyramid, the mother and the children, because you are also familiar with microloan. We know that that is sustainable. It's empowering them. It's not just philanthropy. It's not just charity, but it gives them the opportunity to fight for themselves with economic, opportunity. So I think that's beauty in microfinance, empowering the mothers, and at the same time, we want to educate their children to go to higher education so that they can break that poverty cycle, bringing them from $2 per capita income to $8 by World Bank's standard is already in the aspiring middle class kind of category. So that's our journey. I mean, GAP talk about measurement of impact. That's also part of our journey. But to respond to you in short, what it is that the values, it is pretty much my personal spiritual value that brought us to set up the Cinta Anak Bangsa, which is Loving the Nation Foundation, with the driving force of to love the nation children who is at the bottom of the pyramid.
Thank you, Veronica. I really love the way you described that. And I think maybe one of the misconceptions, which I think the AVPN report discusses really clearly, is this misconception between faith-motivated organizations and being faith-biased. And you made it so clear that, yes, you're motivated by your faith, but you serve all people. And you're loving all people and helping them to help themselves and to have dignity, which I think we heard earlier as well is just so important. Your Excellency, Dr. Ali, okay, wonderful. We're on friendly terms here already, which is great. What do you think are the unique values that maybe distinguished faith-aligned philanthropy with other motivations for giving, if there are any?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning. Actually, they told me I have 40 minutes. Now they said it's 25 minutes. But let me approach this theme from a different angle. We always talk about investment. And whenever we mention investment, it goes to the financial investment, corporate investment. And, we don't give what we should when it's come to the investment in the human being, in the people. At the same time, we talk about sustainability. But we, as individuals even, when we talk about it, we don't see how can we, create a path for us as a human being. You see, I'm not talking about career path. No, I'm talking about as a human being. You mentioned giving, the values, the faith, all these things. At the end, it's an issue of caring about yourself and caring about others. And in this, especially in the UAE, we look at these with different circles. The largest one is the human circle. We as a human being, we have common values that we have to focus on. Because these human values which bring us together, which create the community that enjoy harmony, that enjoy love, that enjoy caring, that enjoy coexistence value, acceptance, respect. The human values will enable us to accept our differences and to agree to disagree and live with these differences in a way that we care about each other. It's very important when we talk about faith that we should not limit the value of giving by a faith or religion. We see it, I look at it as a human value. Wherever you go, you will see a human being, regardless of their religion, regardless of their nationality, regardless of their ethnic, their color. You will see that they have this within them. The value of giving, of caring about each other. This is what we need to invest. This is why, to each one of you, I want to say this. You have to invest in yourself. Create a path for you to be a human being. Make sure this is sustainable. You are unique. You are not like others. We have two eyes, but different eyes. You know, we have two hands, but they are different. In everything, there is something that we share in common, but at the same time, there is something unique about each of us. You know, before 3 days, I was meeting UA student in London. And one of the students, she came to me, they said, Ali, how can I become like you? I said, no, you shouldn't. You might come better than me. Look at yourself, believe in yourself, invest in yourself, create your own path. And this is where I see that we need to focus on the human values. This is what we did in the UAE. This is why you see that these different nationality, from different religion, different background, they live in peace and harmony. We should create a culture of respect, acceptance, and love. We should love ourselves in order to love others. You know, the issue of caring, we need it in each community. Before 4 days, we had this storm. We saw the value of caring in each community. How those people in each community, they came together, you know, to share food, share water, care about each other, rescue, you know, do everything that they can do for their community. We need to invest in that. I'll continue later.
Wonderful, very passionate, and I couldn't agree more. And I think, you know, talking about communities and the role of faith communities, I was struck during COVID in the UK, almost 10,000 churches and mosques came together in something called Love Your Neighbor, and ended up being funded by the government because they had volunteer workers, they were delivering, you know, impact so much more efficiently and effectively. And we've heard a lot today about the role of partnership and how important partnerships are between faith organizations, governments, other actors. And Veronica, I just wanted to touch with you on, you know, what partnerships and collaborations and with valued aligned peers have helped you address your impact objectives.
Yeah, I think when you talk about value, what you, Ali, have pointed out, the value of human values, it is a sanctity of us being created, agree to disagree, by our creator. That there's an image of our creator in each of us. That's why we are compelled to want to do good, to care for others. And that's, I think, what I like to add on. But I love your word, harmony. It's harmony for all, harmony in all. It's the product of doing what is right and justice. So that's the whole thing, that I feel that partnership, when it comes to that, Tom, we really need to have that align of understanding of values between. Even if you work with the multinationals or partner nonprofit on the ground, there's always has to be that alignment of values, what we believe, what the core values. Like for us at the YCAP, we abbreviate it as I serve. That's I for integrity, S for service, E for excellence, and so on. So that is what a checklist, I should say, that we go through with our partners based those who are actually the funders and those who actually help us implement on the ground. That should be an alignment, and that's very important. Without that, you get into trouble, you get into quarrel, and what's the point, right? You wanted to do good, but you're not actually doing it well. So you want to do good and you want to do it well. From good to great, that's another book. Then that's how you, at this point, greater is to how to scale impact. And I love your point about how to boost that generosity, that spirit of giving, of caring. And that's the thing that is actually the very basic of what we're talking about, philanthropy, yeah.
We heard earlier on the panel that obviously impact and philanthropy is not just about generosity, it's also about measurement and being sure that, and from a spiritual perspective, I think many of the faiths agree on the concept of stewardship. We have resources that we're called to steward as carefully as possible, and I think impact measurement is one way of doing that. Maybe from both of your experiences, how have you found the process of impact measurement, and maybe where do you see that as an opportunity for faith-aligned organizations and giving?
Well, first, giving is a value. And we in the UAE, it's part of our culture. And also, it's part of our national agenda in the government is giving. Because we see it as an investment. Investment in our life as people. And also, in our national agenda, we saw the impact of giving that was created by the founder of this nation, Sheikh Zayed. And also, we see it now. I'll give you an example. We all are aware of what's happening in Gaza. The second day, His Highness, the President, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, instruct all officials in the UAE related to the working with humanitarian aid to be prepared with an open budget to engage and do whatever they can to make sure that we are there for those who are suffering. Because, we are fortunate here. We have this heart that care about others. And this is where, as individual even, we should look at giving as a value that it's an investment for ourselves, for our family, for our kids, for our friends, for our community, and for our nation. Whenever we receive a gift from someone, we feel happy. But if we, try always to give, we will see that the happiness that we get from giving is more than the happiness that we get from taking. When it comes to faith, I'll give you one example because we just finished Ramadan. Most of these local they know what I'm talking about. During Ramadan, in each community, all of us, we make sure that our neighbor, our community, everyone, they have something to eat during breaking their fast. So you will see people before, the fast breaking time, the roads, people are driving fast, people moving on the street, carrying things for those needy people. It's part of our culture. You see, what I want is this. It's the faith play a major role in this value. But it's very important that we don't look at it, that this faith, promote this value and the others don't. It's something that we share. There is, in all religion, in all faith, there is great value that we should appreciate. And this great value, which bring us together as human beings, we should invest in and build on. Because there is those who want to divide us. And we should have the courage and the will to come forward and invest and work hard to bring humanity, regardless of their nationality, their religion, their ethnic, to bring them together. This is a priority to us. In the UAE, we see the outcome of this, and we see the impact of this. You go meet all these community in the UAE, you will see that they feel that they are respected, welcome, accepted as they are. They live with their values, their religion, and we are proud to have them as part of our community.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ali.
I just want to pick up the word that Ali said about how to grow this values, generosity. It comes from the home, every house. And that's, I think, being a mom, and you also here in the audience being a parent, very important to instill that, for not only to tell your children but to do good, but to show an example of how you treat other people, how you speak to other people, and you just start with that. And that's, I think, the beginning, the seed of values thrown in our own family. So that's very important to start with. And on the impact measurement, in any case, in my experience, it's always the question, who's going to pay for it, right? Because nonprofits usually, when they budget it out of project, it's getting scraped out because funders just want to see the money is well spent, that reaches out to certain beneficiaries, but the outcome or the impact of it is okay. Output is everything because that's numbers. So that has been the problem. Who's going to pay for the impact measurement? Now they're talking about impact audit to be part of the whole financial audit. But all this for some nonprofits is still expensive. They can't even pay for financial audit, let alone an impact audit. So very important, but I think what Gabriel said earlier and Minister Sandy, it has to be really clear and simple what it is that you want to achieve in terms of prosperity. In our organization, we just want to bring them from $2 poverty per capita income to $8 per capita income. How to do it? We do it with family intervention. Number one, we empower the mom through microfinance. By itself, it's empowering. It's not giving out money. It's helping them to have the creative economy to start with and to build their life on. And then their children. So this is a family intervention. Their next generation should not do what they want to be entrepreneur like their mom. Sure, we'll call it ultra micro, right? Not only micro, not SME, that's luxury. We'll call it ultra micro. So if they want to be entrepreneur like their moms, aim for a, like SME size instead of being or selling the same, as food at the same corner for 30 years. I've seen that in many countries that microfinance is not liberating people from generational poverty, but it's actually, I don't want to use the word addicting, but it's loyalty. It's like a loyal program. So that's something that we need to look at, the economic empowerment component. We really have to liberate them. And by what? By educating. Because microfinance, you give an intervention of $100, $200, $500, they will double or triple their daily income, right?
And I think that measurement of impact in terms of seeing, real economic prosperity.
Absolutely.
People really able to
There's an
to
element
thrive.
of time.
Exactly.
There's an element of time, Tom, and that makes it expensive.
Exactly. No,
So.
and look, I think we're all focused on the need to make impact measurement cheaper, and I am very excited about some of the innovations that we're going to hear about here at AVPN in terms of outcomes purchasing, outcomes marketplaces. I really feel that this is a huge role to play for the faith community. Again, going back to my point about the efficiency of the faith communities, delivering real impact for real people in local communities and being rewarded for that as we build these outcomes marketplaces. I think one area I just want to pivot to, because it was something that really struck me in the report from AVPN, was something from Syed Business School at Oxford, was that the faith communities writ large control about $5 trillion worth of assets, right? And we've talked a lot about giving and philanthropy. There's no question that we do that. Maybe, though, there's work to be done on the way that we invest our capital. I think that 3% of that $5 trillion is currently being invested with an impact lens. What do you think we could do to encourage the faith community to start to think more about investing for impact and aligning both the investing side of what they do with the giving side of what they do?
Well, it's very important. First, we have to engage faith leaders in everything. Excluding them will create so many problems that we all suffer from. In all areas, political, social, culture, religious, you name them. So it's very wise to engage faith leaders. But engaging them, you will need to educate them. You know, even in what we are talking about now. You know, for example, faith leaders, when they come to giving, they're focused only on building the worship places, maybe some clinic, hospital that will enable them to preach, you know, but they don't see the main spectrum of the need of their community and other community that they care about. So I think what we need, you know, to educate them about the priority. They need people in many countries, they don't have fresh water to drink, you know. There is so many challenges. Poverty is everywhere. So you need to engage with them in a way to show them the priority that needed in each community, you know, and to make sure that they can take a lead in that. Because there is a huge impact. You know, when I go to some Western country, they argue in many cases, well, we don't want to engage them. If you don't engage faith leaders, they will not sit at home and watch what you are doing. They will do things that will undermine what you are doing. They will create their own agenda. Now, almost 84% of the humanity population on earth, they have faith leaders that they follow. And the estimation within 5 years that will reach 86%. You can't ignore them. You can't ignore them. They have a role to play. Work smart, engage them, let them work for your agenda instead of creating their own agenda.
That is words of wisdom. Veronica, do you have any thoughts on the impact investing question?
Yeah, maybe the biggest challenge in Indonesia at this point is giving. It's not even tax deduction, it's actually profit deduction. Because you give from after your EBITDA. This is for non-public listed company. If you're listed, you can expense it out. So there is no monetary sort of like, you know, incentive in giving. So including, I think, religious or faith institutions. So from the law perspective, this has to be, I guess, made right, because otherwise it's really hard, you know, to scale, let alone partnership in this between public partner and institutions, because of the law is a bit restriction on that. But I think it's important to also look at the intentionality though. Indonesia is one of the most generous country, always in the top 5 or top 10. They're willing to give time to volunteer and give money and all of that, an act of service, but it's not facilitated or in such a way, I guess, by our regulation. So that's important for us to actually mention on that particular note.
Can I comment?
Ali, yes, please. Ali.
I have other hats, you know, so, you know, I think it's time to step in with the other hats. You know, especially within the Muslim world, it's very important to create a system to monitor where is the money is going. I work in counterterrorism. We have a saying, follow the money. The challenge that we face, that some of this charity actually is created to fund these terrorist organizations, or is used in a way. I just came from the UK. One of the major challenges is the charity that they have, and they found out that they are funding terrorist organizations. So, you know, we have to differentiate between being kind, to help, you know, to give, and being fair, that this money will not be misused. We wanted to serve the people, to serve the humanity for the, you know, the best thing that add value to their life, not to hurt others. So it's very important to make sure that there is a balance in this.
Wonderful. I'm sure we could keep going for much longer, but the time has run out on us. Veronica, Ali, thank you so much for your passionate comments today. If I'm going to take away anything, I think, from the first panel on faith and values is that we should do it again. And this is a really important topic. And I think what you said, Dr. Ali, really struck me. 86% of the world's population are following a faith leader. If we're not literate and talking about faith and working with faith communities, we're not going to see the impact that we want to see in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Ali.
Wow, what a powerful session that was. Thank you. The session truly underscores AVPN's commitment to highlighting the role of values-aligned giving in addressing Asia's most pressing social issues. As we look towards a climate-resilient future, collaboration is key. In our next session, we'll explore how breaking down barriers, bridging together diverse partners, and sharing knowledge can lead to bold action, which is crucial in Asia's, given its unique challenges of a diverse geography and large population. Let's explore the types of collaboration needed to address challenges and create opportunities for impactful solutions. Our next round of panelists really need no introduction, as they have established themselves as leaders in their field. Please join me in welcoming Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak, Managing Director of the Mohammed bin Zayed Species Conservation Fund, Ms. Zaida Fiza Kabir, CEO, Sajiza Foundation, and Mr. Gaurav Gupta, Global Managing Partner of Dalberg Advisors.
Morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us, and it's a privilege to be here with such fine panelists on this important conversation. We have a limited amount of time, so I'm going to dive right in, if that's okay. We are talking about the theme of collaboration and climate, which both of those things have. Climate really rests on our ability to bring multiple parties together. That is always easier said than done. I have been to too many conferences where at the end of every conference, people say, well, we should all just collaborate more. And then they don't. And so we're going to unlock the mysteries of some of those collaborations by hearing from people who've made some pretty significant collaborations happen and are working on some important collaborations. So we're going to try and go very deep into that conversation. But before I do, I think it's important for us to understand our panelists a little bit more personally. So Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak, I followed your work at COP28 when I was there. But I want to know this, you graduated in 2001, straight out of university, came back to Abu Dhabi, and the first thing you seem to have done is start a nature NGO. So this whole conversation about conservation, about climate change, you are not coming at this because today it's a mainstream conversation. This has been part of who you are. Could you say a bit more about what drives you, what brings you to this conversation?
Thank you very much, and it's such a pleasure and honor to meet all of you. And again, I join many of the panelists and speakers to really welcome you all to the UAE, and as you said, Gaurav, Abu Dhabi, my country of birth and my country of upbringing. And so as many residents and nationals in the UAE, and something that was mentioned by our Minister of Community Development, there is this really ingrained value of service. And so the question was, for me, growing up, where and how do I guide this ingrained value of service towards what? And I was really fascinated by this notion of national identity. I grew up at a time when there wasn't the Guggenheim or the Louvre or this incredible hotel that we're sitting in, where development was happening, and it was happening at such a fast pace. And there was this, again, this innate feeling that if it does not happen in a way that balances both social and environmental needs and values, we will be selling ourselves short. So it was a story of self-preservation, a story of self-interest, and then through this journey, it became a story of love. And we go back to that time and time again. It was a love for humanity and a recognition that we cannot indeed live or thrive without a natural environment that, of course, provides our food, our air, our shelter, and enhances our resilience in the face of climate change. The other is this notion of community and role models. I, like many of us today, and indeed half of the world's population, today live in cities. And as we all know, living in cities, we are removed from nature, and we tend to forget that connection. But I believe I'm fortunate enough to live in a country where this memory of nature is not too distant. I'm fortunate enough to be in a place where I believe we as a nation need to capitalize and invest in this institutional and this personal memory of change and connection with nature. So our leadership for us and for me and many of us around in the UAE are that very critical transmission, I would say, between people who have lived a life where nature and its connection with nature was very real, to a generation that, in my case, half removed, and then potentially my children fully removed when they're fully living in cities. So this transmission from our leadership and our connection that ensures that this value is extremely important, this is the time. If we don't capture it and we don't catalyze on it today, we may lose this. So this, dear Gaurav, is what drives me. So quite a complex, I would say, narrative, but I hope I was able to take you through this journey with me.
No, wonderful, and we'll come back to you because I want to see now how you take that thinking, which is a love for a city, a love for a people, but to a broader audience, right? Because your work is very much on the global stage, and how you bring that personal story out. Zahida, philanthropy has been in your family. You've been at the Saida Foundation for 32 years. You started, I was told, as a field officer, going and knocking on doors, understanding ground level realities, and you worked really at an operating level. And I know you sit uncomfortably with the idea of being now the CEO of the organization after so many years working on the ground. Tell me a little bit about what's bringing you to this conversation of climate. What drives you?
I would say a little bit of background on collaboration. I start with that. So, a socially committed individual, a corporate entity, and a foundation. So that is what created, Sajida Foundation. So a value-driven person thought that he had enough, and he needs to limit his greed, and he had a social responsibility of giving back. So that is the notion that drove him, the founder of Sajida Foundation, and the opportunity that he had that came about in his life, and he just grabbed it. So then former, I'm talking about Pfizer Bangladesh in 1970s, when in early 90s, Pfizer New York decided that they wanted to leave for Bangladesh because of our national drug policy. So, because multinationals then were being discouraged. So of course, a management buyout was offered to the founder, and because he was then the chairman and managing director of Pfizer. But the points that I mentioned, that he felt, I have enough, I need to limit my greed, and he strongly believed in social commitment and giving back. So he negotiated a deal with a small family foundation that he created in his garage school. And he negotiated a deal to donate 51% shares of formal Pfizer Bangladesh. So it's not a traditional, family foundation, coming as an offshoot of a corporate social responsibility. So it was a marriage between family, a foundation, and a corporate entity coming together, and thus an example of how collaborations can happen when you share, common values, common goals, and vision. And that is where I think climate comes in now. When we talk about Bangladesh, Bangladesh is the seventh most vulnerable country in the world with respect to climate. We are progressing, and we continue to progress towards middle-income country. But now, the main challenge that Bangladesh faces is climate. So we have these climate vulnerable areas, and then we have urbanizations, these urban migrants coming in. And Sajida, from early days, has been concentrating on peri-urban areas. So when I started, I was working in urban slums. But then now, as I go deeper and deeper, and I say, they are all kind of people, affected by climate change. Right. So I would say that that's what brings me to the area of climate, and also, I'm passionate about how we can integrate other social and economic elements to make a difference. For example, climate and health, climate and mental health, climate and livelihood. How we can kind of listen to the communities and hear their voices and hear their solutions and work with them and acknowledge, women, are the most vulnerable in this whole spectrum of things that we see, whether it's health, whether it's livelihood, and whether, overall, burden that is bestowed upon all of us, but women are the most affected by it.
Both of you, firstly, it's great to see your personal stories reflect in your work. And I think both of you have actually picked the hardest part of climate. The world is just coming to terms with carbon, and there's still not enough money on carbon, and yet Her Excellency Razan, you're driving it towards, well, we need to put nature at the center, we need to go beyond carbon, and you want to put humans at the center in a lot of the work in adaptation, which is also getting very little funding. So I guess I want to move to this question of how can philanthropy, both of you are involved in deep philanthropy, but philanthropy is less than 1% of the capital. How does philanthropy get us to collaborate on issues that are hard to define? It's not a simple scientific metric like carbon, where at COP28, you spoke about a deforestation alliance, mangroves, there was also coastal. These are challenging things to get the mind around, and yet you need trillions of dollars. That means public and private capital. How does philanthropy help drive collaboration let's start with the COP28 and beyond agenda. Please.
All right, let's start to unpack what we mean by collaboration. So who are the actors, first of all? You have government, you have private sector, that Zahida, you were mentioning as well. You have philanthropy, you have civil society, you have local communities. And we have a saying in Arabic, and the saying goes, and I think it translates very well in different cultures, it's أعطي الخبز للخباز. And the idea is, and it translates to, give bread making to the baker. And the idea is all these diverse actors have a unique but a very specific role. Alone, we won't be able to solve these multidimensional crises. The idea of this type of collaboration is an authentic recognition between the actors, government, private sector, philanthropy, civil society, on what they bring to address these challenges, and a recognition also, so checking our respective egos on the door, a recognition on our own limitations. So really going into addressing these problems, these challenges, with an authentic complementarity ethos, as opposed to an ethos of competition. And it's surprising, even in solving challenges, actors compete. They compete for funds, they compete for attention, they compete for recognition, and so forth. And I think it's really, really important. We do not have time for competition between these actors. How do we create these platforms to actually bring these actors together? And this is what I believe we were successful in doing at COP28. COP28, by definition, is a conference of parties. It's a conference of governments. But governments alone cannot do this. So at COP28, we were successful in bringing business, philanthropy around the table, each understanding their own respective role and recognition, but sitting around the table and agreeing on a common vision, agreeing on what each and one of us are within our domain to do, and keeping ourselves in check. And I think that was how we were able to really get to the UAE consensus. These issues are a whole, very complex. They're a whole of world issues, and they require a whole of society approach.
Can I push you a little bit more on this? You said we got them to a common vision, and at least the experience that I've seen with other collaborations is people come to a table, they use the same language, right? They say, we want to do X, we want to reduce the amount of deforestation, but everyone's definition, when they go back home, is actually different. And getting people to align on a common metric is often very difficult. In fact, sometimes gets dumbed down. That's why, I mean, you've been associated with the IUCN for so long. It's so much easier to say, save the panda, than, you know, save some piece of fungus that's also quite important. So how do you maintain that the complexity, the real complexity in getting people to collaborate versus dumbing down a message to get people on the same page?
No, it is complex. It's not an easy line to thread, this kind of oversimplifying a complicated challenge. But at the same time, with any relationship, with any collaboration, the idea is also about consistency, and it's a long-term investment. If you believe you can solve the species crises in 10 years, please raise your hand. It's going to take much more than that. It's going to take a lifetime. And that's what philanthropy brings, because philanthropy is a lifelong passion. It does not end. There is no end goal, because these complicated issues, if you address them, you might have different offshoots. And I think what is also, and they weather the storms. They weather economic changes. They weather political changes, because they're driven, more or less, behind an individual or a group of people that believe in their core about a cause. And so I'll take you to the Mohammed bin Zayed Species Conservation Fund that I have the honor and privilege to lead on his behalf. It was established during one of the most grave economic crises, at least in my lifetime, 2009. So at a time when no one was putting money in species conservation. There were other bigger fish to fry. But he did it because he believed in the cause. It wasn't popular, as you said. It was niche. It wasn't the big charismatic species. It wasn't just the tigers and the elephants and the lions. But it was a deep-rooted recognition that you need all the fabric of life. You know, we've learned this at school. It's sort of like, it's the web of species. You can't have the tiger if you don't have the fungus. But we also found out, by the way, that if you have a rich forest, so trees, that has more tigers, that it can absorb more carbon dioxide. So its ability to sequester is actually enhanced. So we had, and I speak about His Highness the President, in his role as a philanthropist here. So you had an individual that had the foresight and the innate passion to see all of that. And I think that's what philanthropy brings to the table. This consistency, this resilient, this unwavering, no matter what happens around, you focus. But also the humility to recognize, going back to you, that if you don't put people at the heart of your solutions, you lose any battle.
And that's a great segue to, Zahida, what's happening in Bangladesh, because here is a country that is transitioning to middle income. It's moving from a sort of a donor darling to something where it's standing on its own feet. And at the same time as making that transition, actually the climate change is really ramping up the threats. So this whole point of philanthropy being able to have that long-term vision to continue driving collaboration, and I know you're trying to bring in a lot of private sector. How is that playing out in Bangladesh?
So just to add to that, that now the temperature in the capital city is 42 versus the temperature here is probably 32. So this is the highest in the last 44 years. So you can see a direct impact. It's what is happening to Bangladesh, for example, with regards to temperature. This is only one of the elements. So what philanthropy can do? Yeah, philanthropy, in my view, can bring, knowledge partners, research, can bring NGOs, and bring the community together and demonstrate, what, climate adaptation can do, or addressing climate adaptation in different dimensions. What sort of programs are working, and then it can bring in the notion of blended financing, government and other stakeholders. So philanthropy, as I couldn't agree more, is about a vision. It's about empathy and compassion, and it's about service. So you continue, when you commit to philanthropy, you remain committed, but you have to be relevant with time. So philanthropy can demonstrate, pilot things, bring different stakeholders together, and then bring, so direct program implementation. Then it can combine different stakeholders to create different types of innovation funds, for example, that we are trying to manage and also launch together with other stakeholders. Then it can bring in youth, so they can demonstrate their entrepreneurial capabilities and innovative ideas. For example, we are now working with plastic recircularity. So things like that, and and of course, then it can bring initiatives like microfinance, and also like bring in private sector to launch different types of financing. For example, we were the first one to launch, green bond in Bangladesh. So it was our capability of demonstrating that what are the impacts through actionable research, and then putting some program design in place and demonstrating, and highlighting the areas, and drawing attention. Because we have, initiatives like co-op and so on and so forth, but it very easily we lose focus in different global agendas. Right? Our concentration goes away. I feel that philanthropy is something that pulls you back and brings all the other elements together.
So what I've heard so far is... oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. And also like demonstrating to case studies, right?
Right.
Like, because so that is something we can I think do and continue to do.
Yeah, I think both of you have essentially so far spoken about the role of philanthropy to hold a long-term vision, which is essential for collaboration, and then to some extent de-risking, because it takes that first risk, it demonstrates, crowds and others, so that's essential for collaboration. I want to ask about a third one, which is we're at a place in the world where many of our challenges are now truly global. They require collaboration that's across countries, political dimensions, and so forth. And at the same time, we're entering a period in which that is breaking apart. What is the role of philanthropy as track 2, right? Almost a diplomatic capital. The ability to have dialogue and create connections where actually other types of connections are difficult. And maybe, Her Excellency Razan, you had to manage a lot during COP28, and you will have seen some of these. I'm curious if you see that as an important role over the next decade to bridge also other types of divides.
Wow, it's such an important question, and let me try to unpack bits of it. The first one is perhaps, and I'm rephrasing, we don't have also now the luxury of addressing climate change on Sunday, dealing with health issues on Monday, water scarcity on Tuesday. We have no time, and we have limited financing. So we really need to do a much better job at connecting the dots. And philanthropy could play a really important role in that connectivity, but also, like I said, just in terms of our own institutions, sometimes checking our ego on the door. Because sometimes we are so passionate about the pangolins or the penguins that really I do not want to hear about anything else. But you know what? It's all connected. And so really important to address these multi-crises in a multi-sectoral way. The other point that I wanted to learn is not just the issues, but also the disciplines. The Mohammed bin Zayed Species Fund learned a lot from, and I know the speaker before me, you talked about microloans. We learned so much about loans, but of course it doesn't necessarily translate in species conservation. So we started the concept of micro-grants in species conservation. At the time when it was established, it was in 2009, I was a big and avid Uber customer. And I just thought, what an amazing network and system. At any point in time, I don't have to deal with a company, I don't have to deal with, I can choose an individual based on his stars or her stars, or at the time it was mainly males. And I was like, imagine a world where in species conservation, I don't have to go through large environmental organization. I can go to you, Nicholas, and say, wow, you've been doing an amazing job. I've read your profile. You're working on this frog in Colombia. How can I support you? And we realize that with this connectivity, small money can go a long way. But how do we learn from social networks to put these donors and small donors, I'm not talking about millions of dollars, I'm talking about our average grant size, for example, is $9,000. For $9,000 on average, we've been operational for 15 years, we were able to bring 1,700 species from the brink of extinction. That is innovation. And I would not have been able to do it if I just looked within my conservation circle. And so that is, I think, really, really important for us to do. Cross-sectoral, but also multidisciplinary.
Yeah, and a fabulous example of that sort of platform and social network thinking as a way of thinking about the world differently from its geographical borders and more as, I guess, thought and what do I like borders, right? Communities of practice and so forth. How do you see this with, I know that Sajida has started with a climate fund, which is then trying to leverage up much broader capital as part of its collaboration. How is that going? What are the challenges you're seeing there?
As we recognize that we have our own niches, we have our own core passions, but climate is an area where we all need to come together. So that is what we are trying to kind of achieve through our work. So we initiated initially we initiated research initiatives. Interconnecting, climate with health, climate with livelihood, and nature-based solutions and smart agriculture and so on and so forth. And then we implemented some of the programs, and then of course we are trying to talk to donors, direct like traditional donors, because we are dealing with the extreme poor, and extreme poor programs need subsidy. So it goes without saying that the programs that address extreme poverty will not be sustainable. It requires funding and consistent funding for a number of years.
I would encourage everyone to also read Esther Duflo's commentary on this. I think literally came out last week, talking about the funding that's required for climate.
Yeah, so we cannot forget extreme poor, and extreme poor, addressing extreme poverty is a consistent long-term, it requires consistent and long-term interventions, and it requires, direct funding. So we talk about different mechanisms of funding. Yes, this is required, this innovation fund, impact investments, and so on and so forth. And innovation, technology, sustainability and all that. So I believe in that, and Sajida is also doing it. On the other hand, when we are talking about extreme poor, we said we need your money, We need your money, and we need your money to move these people out of poverty. So that is one hat that Sajida wears, which is program implementation. And then we have microfinance through this vehicle. We do climate financing, and we try to address different vulnerabilities that poor people, especially women, face, because 95% of our clients are women. And then we launch climate innovation funds, where we bring private sector, we bring other multilateral, bilateral donors, private foundations to launch those funds. And then we are trying to be an incubation, bring young people with ideas, with technology, and mentor them, and create venture labs where they can be nurtured and their ideas can be more, streamlined. And of course, goes without saying, the policy advocacy side of things, that we are working with the government. So how...
So you're leveraging up your capital in very, very different models and different ways. I'm going to shoot, because we're running out of time, so I'm going to shoot very quick questions, and I want to make sure there's some time reserved for us to hear about what's next for both your organizations. But we are here at AVPN. There's a lot of philanthropists in the room, a lot of people who work on these issues. I would love to know, as people who have been driving collaborations in both in your countries, but also globally, what is that collaboration out there that you feel like you've been wanting to get off the ground? You feel like it's missing in the world, or maybe something that needs supercharging, because this is probably the audience by which you could bring them together. So sorry to put you both on the spot, but it's a wish list. It's what's a piece of collaboration that's missing?
I think we're moving in the right direction. I think, as the saying goes, necessity is the mother of all inventions. And if there isn't a time better than today where we're all seeing incredible impacts of climate change, it's not a thing of the future anymore. It's no longer about future predictions, but it is an issue of now. And it is this urgency that I believe will need to drive actors to work together. I always talk about the 3 C's of success. We need consistency. We need authentic collaboration where we understand each other's niches. And we need to communicate. We need to communicate in a way that that inspires more action without dumbing down a very real and present danger.
So it's actually the design principles that you'd like to see injected into all of these collaborations.
One other thing that I wanted to highlight, like the governance. Governance and at all levels, I would try like to highlight. Like in the context of Bangladesh, that's what we, that's a major challenge at all levels, whether it's the government, whether it's the private sector, or whether the NGOs, creating credible institutions and believing on people, and how do we create a generation which is value driven, those who are committed, and those who believe in giving back to the society, and laying the foundation of creating institutions which are value driven. So I think that piece we are losing out. How do we remain committed, to our family, to the society, to our community, and as a nation, and also being a global citizen, that we are all here together, and we have to make this a livable place. So that aspect and governance, why I say, because easily, when we talk about donors, we talk about grants, donors, okay, no overheads, no funding for capacity building, direct implementation. How much, how many dollars are going to direct implementation versus your overheads? So how do you create institutions and how do you train people, or let the people experience what derives value?
I mean, I think it's really important that...
Yeah, so that aspect is I feel very passionate about.
Yeah.
That first, I have to be an individual who's worthy of giving something to this world, which is kind of a bit, selfless. So.
Yeah, I think it's an important point that collaboration is not people meeting at a conference. Actually, it requires institution building.
Yes.
It's not ephemeral.
Yeah.
To wrap up, maybe I'm going to give Her Excellency Razan the floor, because you started with the story of wanting to see the development of Abu Dhabi, but influencing it. So maybe say a few quick words of how do you think those last 23 years have gone and what is next, especially with your organization?
I mean, I think the UAE has really been a platform from the field that I have been intimately involved in, so nature, conservation, a platform to lead. At COP28, we succeeded in putting nature at the heart of climate solutions. Doing that is truly transformational because it's going to change the way governments, private sector, philanthropy now addresses and acts on climate. And we need to continue. This is a legacy that cannot be left. It's too precious. We've worked too hard for it. And for me, it is taking it from strength to strength. As IUCN president, the president of the largest environmental network on the planet, it's our role to help governments and help philanthropy with one of the most difficult exercises, which is putting the right metrics and definitions for nature-based solutions. If nature-based solutions are going to solve 30% of our climate malaise, we need to be very sure on how we define them and how we measure their success. As somebody who has been given the privilege and honor to work for the Mohammed bin Zayed Species Conservation Fund, I'm proud to say that we've innovated a philanthropic model from the heart of the UAE, from the heart of Arabia and Asia. And again, for me, it's about scaling up. It's a model that works, and I need your help, your ideas, your authentic collaboration to scale this work up. And I'm proud to say, and I want to use this as an opportunity in your presence, and in the presence of His Highness Sheikh Diab bin Zayed's incredible team, who are really leading the work at institutionalizing what philanthropy and humanitarian giving means for the UAE, for helping us at the fund after 15 years, and I can tell you, our journey is only beginning, to announce further support from His Highness, the President of the United Arab Emirates, to the MBZ Species Conservation Fund. This contribution will increase the size of our fund to $70 million by 2028. Wow. So thank you to His Highness. Thank you for your presence and your continued support. Thank you.
I think there's no better way to wrap up but with some good news for a change. But thank you again for helping us understand the role of philanthropy in both longevity, driving innovation, and having dialogues across borders. It was a wonderful conversation. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for sharing their insights. My biggest key takeaway from your discussion has been this overarching critical need for collaborative efforts that's required in addressing climate resilience, highlighting the importance of a unified action that's needed across sectors. In our next session, we are honored to welcome one of our host partners, Reaching the Last Mile, represented by its esteemed CEO, Nasser Al-Mubarak. Under his leadership, Reaching the Last Mile is dedicated to reducing the burden of preventable diseases in the world's most vulnerable communities. Through global health programs funded by philanthropy of the UAE President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Please welcome Mr. Nasser Al-Mubarak.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and friends, It's my pleasure to join you here for this very important event. I'd like to extend a particular welcome to all of you joining here and coming to Abu Dhabi for the first time. I hope you'll be inspired and excited by the partnerships you form today. Reaching the Last Mile is committed to improving lives worldwide by advancing health equity, ending preventable diseases, and investing in strong and resilient health systems. Our mission is driven by the philanthropy of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE, and by his belief that people everywhere should have the opportunity to live a healthy and productive life. This year's AVPN Global Conference is a milestone. It marks the first time the event has been held and hosted in a Middle Eastern country, bringing AVPN's goal of uniting partners in impact to a new audience. Its presence here, however, is a natural one. As one of the world's leading funders of development aid, the UAE knows well the power of collective action in tackling urgent global challenges. This was seen in full force at COP28, a summit that gathered over 85,000 participants, unlocked over $85 billion in new financing, and set a new standard for climate action through the UAE consensus. COP28 also hosted the first dedicated health day, and within it, the Reaching the Last Mile Forum, which over $1.8 billion of new global health commitments were announced. COP28 made history. But the UAE's commitment to global good is as old as the nation itself. As many of you may know, the UAE was not always the country that you see today. Our founding father, the late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, may God rest his soul, grew up in a nation that knew poverty, where there was no running water, barely any electricity, and limited access to health care. As many as 1 in 3 women died in childbirth, and almost half of children did not survive beyond childhood. Diseases such as malaria and tuberculosis were rife. Sheikh Zayed, however, made a promise that if the nation's fortunes were to change, he would serve not only his community in the UAE, but everyone around the world without prejudice. This same promise continues to shape the UAE's global development efforts today, and it is the North Star for reaching the last mile's work in global health. In recent decades, the world has achieved astonishing milestones through prioritizing health equity. We have wiped out smallpox, and today polio, as well as an ancient disease, guinea worm, is in the brink of eradication. In 1990, nearly 1 in 10 children would die before the age of 5, most in lower income countries, and from preventable infectious disease. Today, it is 1 in 27, a record though, although still unacceptably too high. Enormous challenges remain, but the innovations we are seeing, such as vaccine breakthroughs, new diagnostics, give us the power to meet them if we bring our combined efforts to bear. One example of how reaching the last mile is doing so is through the Global Institute for Disease Elimination, also known as GLIDE. Established in 2019, GLIDE's mission is audacious: to realize a world free from preventable infectious disease. Its launch confirmed Abu Dhabi as a hub for global health progress and innovation, uniquely able to link endemic countries with international partners and draw in new voices. Today, GLIDE's programs are active in over 30 countries, working with local stakeholders to accelerate gains, scale innovation, and grow the expertise of a new generation of public health leaders. GLIDE is an example of how targeted investments can bring outsized results. This is why today I am honored and humbled to announce that Reaching the Last Mile will be making a further $15 billion commitment to GLIDE. This investment ensures Glide can continue its vital mission and help millions to live healthier lives. In closing, I'd like to thank the International Humanitarian and Philanthropic Council, co-host of today's event, and its chairman, His Highness Sheikh Diab bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, for his leadership and guidance. A special thanks also goes out to NINA and AVPN for their partnership and shared vision. Again, I'd like to welcome you all again to Abu Dhabi and extend an open welcome to start this journey with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nasser. Wow, hasn't the morning just flown by? I apologize that we weren't able to take a refresher break and we've pulled through, but now, ladies and gentlemen, we just have one last session. We just had so many exciting conversations. But before we get into our last plenary, some housekeeping. If you've not already done so, and I know I keep saying it again and again, please download the ABPN app because it will help you book your lunch, which is going to happen right after our last session. And please note that the buses are going to leave right after the plenary. And once again, I just want to point out to you that please make sure that you understand the doors and the exits for the venues. So please exit using the right doors for wherever you have booked your restaurant. And with that, let's go to our final plenary session this morning. Please allow me to welcome our next session of panelists who will focus their discussion on the pressing need to improve health outcomes in Asia by tackling the stark disparities. What kind of impact do factors like education, employment, and environment have on health? Please welcome Frank Velvert, a VP at Johnson & Johnson's Foundation, Dr. Chang Liu, CEO and founder of Ask Health Asia, Stella Tang Senko Shapiro, Senior Financing and Partnership Specialist at Asian Development Bank, and Tala Ismail Al-Romahi, Chief Strategy Officer at Reaching the Last Mile.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience and for joining this panel, which will be exciting, I can promise you. I mean, we have three outstanding experts that will take you through the world of global equity, or should I say inequities probably, because that's the big challenge that we're facing today. So we have, if I start on the left, we have Chang Liu, who is the CEO and founder of Ask Health Asia. We have Stella Shapiro, who's Senior Financing Partnership Specialist for the Asian Development Bank. And in the middle, we have Tala Al-Ramahi, who is Chief Strategy Officer for Reaching the Last Mile. So this session is about looking into health equity. I'm from Johnson & Johnson myself. And the interesting thing is now for the last 10 months as a corporation, we have been going through, I would say, a big major transition from bringing different groups together, because we do think that global health equity is the big thing that we should all focus on. As a global healthcare company, we're focusing on innovative medicine and medtech these days. However, you know, we may have the best solutions, we may have the best innovative products. At the end of the day, you may have the treatment, but if you don't have well-functioning healthcare systems and access that is guaranteed, it's going to be very difficult. And especially in the global south, we're facing many issues and many challenges like that. So what I would like to do with my distinguished panel is take them through a couple of questions. And I think we're going to focus first on health inequities, especially in Asia. What does that mean? Also the notion and the connection to health determinants. And the perspective will be different. I think that's why this panel is very complementary, because all of you represent different parts, different stakeholders. Second question will then be looking into the role of communities, our societies. The communities and primary care at the heart of every well-functioning healthcare system. And we will finish off by exploring what has been explored in the panel before, and is such an important topic in the complex world we live in, which is collaborations, synergies, and, dear audience, I hope action to make it happen, because we can talk here for ages. We can write books about it, we can do everything, but if no one is willing to play the game, it's not going to happen. So, by doing that, I would like to start with my first question, which is looking at, for the panel, what would be your kind of definition, your way of looking at health inequities? And can I start probably with you, Stella?
Sure. I work with Asian Development Bank for some of you in the room. We have actually worked quite closely with some support from Abu Dhabi for some of our programs, so we're very, very grateful for that. So Asian Development Bank's major support is to provide concessional lending for our developing member countries, especially for priority infrastructure areas. 95% of our financing is in the form of loans, which means the financing, the investment purpose has to be something the borrower is very interested in. So ADB provides technical assistance to help inform the investment decisions and to build capacity development in terms of design and prioritizing, etc., which is why partner support is very critical to catalyze investment, especially in the underinvested areas like health, education, agriculture, etc. I want to just make a few comments about what we did differently during the pandemic. Pre-pandemic, for ADB, health sector programs represented only 3% of our actual annual lending. COVID-19 forced us to evolve rapidly, which many in the room might say is not something we are known for, but we had to move quickly, starting from the most basic, finding and funding much needed PPEs and critical care equipment like ventilators, knowledge sharing on the risks and potential solutions, and also pandemic response measures to enable reopening of economies. We did a few monumental actions from the ADB point of view. So in April 2020, we approved a 20 billion lending window for fast dispersing loans to our developing member countries, most of which was actually drawn. So this enabled countries to pay for support for the most vulnerable and their own internal actions related to the pandemic. And then in addition, in December 20, we approved a 9 billion lending wallet to help countries get access to the critical vaccines. So what that enabled for ADB is we built very quickly, we rebuilt and strengthened our dialogues with the ministries of health in many of our countries. We now seek to capitalize on that strong momentum to provide, to support strong governance, including strategic work to look at regulation and laws. We want to strongly support universal access to high-quality health care. We want to help identify infrastructure gaps and enable public and private sector solutions to improve the health sector infrastructure in countries. And we also want to enable private sector participation where possible. What's very important is the awakening for us was the importance of health investments. So we have done two things which we hope will help our countries invest more in the health sector. We have focused on increasing our ability to lend. So from 10 to 15 billion of lending prior to the pandemic, we're looking to be able to lend 30 to 40 billion of our own financing. And we've set a target that 10% of that hopefully will go to the health sector. So my call to the people in the room is really, for those very active in addressing health inequities, if you have partnership ideas, please see us as a way to leverage and scale your ideas. In 2023, our total commitments to health projects was $2 billion. So we're really looking at doubling that, hopefully with the help of many partners in the room. We have large health sector practices for infrastructure investment, policy reform, and setting results frameworks for health in countries like Thailand, the Philippines, Indonesia, Bangladesh, and many also of our smaller developing member countries. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Stella. I think, as you can all hear, the Asian Development Bank is a key and long-term player in the region, which I do think we need to take into account if we want to address some of the issues that we're facing. So Tala, for you as a grant-making organization, how do you look at the notion of inequities from your field of work?
Thank you, Frank, for the question. As you may have heard from my colleague earlier, just right before our panel, Nassar al-Mubarak, he referenced our portfolio focusing on preventable diseases, and particularly diseases that are within what we call the last mile, either within the last mile of elimination or within the last mile of eradication. To be able to do that, we need to reach last mile communities, and often these are the communities that are left behind. They're often not served by primary healthcare systems within their own communities and countries, and through our portfolio and through the funding provided by His Highness the President of the UAE, we continue to deliver on that work. Unfortunately, even today, more than half of the global population still does not have access to essential healthcare services. This is a significant problem because when you have sick people are unable to go to school, sick people are unable to join the workforce. This creates, of course, an economic crisis for countries and really hinders progress at a broader development level for these countries. For RLM, the way we view how we invest in this work is we invest in health systems. Over the last decade, we've invested in disease elimination, but through investing in disease elimination, we've understood that we cannot invest in disease elimination in silos. Diseases, of course, know no borders, as we've seen through COVID, through the COVID pandemic, but also diseases in themselves cannot be addressed without understanding that there's a broader health system that needs to tackle a broader complexity of human biology. Many of our goals through RLM has been on ensuring that no community is left behind, and that means investing in inclusive healthcare, whether that means ensuring that community healthcare workers can reach these last mile communities, but also ensuring that we are reaching people that are often left out of mainstream healthcare systems, including people with disabilities, for example. And so through reaching the last mile over the last decade, there have been a lot of learnings about ensuring we're not addressing diseases in silos, so investing in health systems more broadly, and working directly with countries to understand what their challenges are within the primary healthcare system and ensuring that we're filling in gaps that is country-driven. And that's where we view our role as a philanthropic donor within this space.
Thank you, Tala. Know that the last mile is very important also for global corporations that are manufacturing and creating new products, because at the end of the day, as we talked before, if our products cannot reach the people they're meant to, I think there's no point in making them. So the last but not least, I want to move to Chang, and From your perspective, more on the policy side, how would you look at the issue of inequities, and what's your experience on addressing them?
Sure. Thank you, Frank. So first of all, I really appreciate what Tala just mentioned, like taking from the disease and solution-based approach to a more system approach. I think that's exactly what we are trying to focus as well. So Ask Health Asia, we're a spin-off from Access Health International 2 years ago. Now it's a Singapore-headquartered Asia platform and think tank for health system transformation. So for us, we certainly initially our work are mostly with development partners and foundations. So we work quite closely on health systems issues with World Bank, WHO, and ADB, and like Rockefeller Foundation and Jockey Club, like in the just last few years. But over the years, we grew to have more direct consulting work with the private sector and the governments. So that actually now counts for 80% of our work, which we really think is very important, because really taking the knowledge of the resources we accumulate with the work with the development partner, but leveraging that sort of impact-driven approach in enabling directly with the commercial sector and also public into serving for bigger systematic change. So sort of that's sort of our approach has been taken in the last few years. So in the sense, we have to be very idealistic or passionate, but also in the same time very practical. So today, I think just very quickly, 3 mega trends in Asia that impacting on disparities in health systems, but also maybe just one story in what we have been doing in scaling up, making catalytic sort of change in the system. So we have been working on the aging domain for over 18 years. I think Asia has been aging really fast, and the countries has been aged before they get rich, right? So I think after working on aging for many years, I decided to have 3 children, because I think that's really important solution. Everyone need to start taking actions. But I think a very direct implication to health system is on financing. So as many countries, they are growing their economy with disparities, regional and sort of age-wide, and they're building their UHC. It's impossible for most of them to be able to have a very depth coverage for universal-based sort of health financing mechanism. So that's where I think there's a need in how to create other mechanism, working together with the social insurance to enhance the depth for the coverage for the entire population rather than creating silos. So I think that's one of the main points in financing that we're looking at. The other thing is on climate change. So I've been working on climate change only in last 2 years, supported by the Rockefeller Foundation. After 2 years, I decided maybe 2 children will be sufficient. So I will not have 3 children anymore. I'm kidding. But I feel it's a very, very sort of stressful topic, and I think Asia has been suffering. And there's not much evidence on climate change and health in Asia yet being systematically developed. But I think one thing is certain, that the climate change's impact on health will be disproportionately impact on a vulnerable population, right? I think it's really important to see the extreme weather, infectious disease. Actually, those impacts are creating more disparities in the system. And the third piece I want to mention is on digital transformation. So I think Asia has been championing globally in digital health, in AI applications, both in terms of scaling up as well as the policy environment in enabling digital health sort of adaptation in the region. But we also need to notice the potential further disparity created by the digital divide. So I think that's sort of some projects we have been working with the development partners are on that specific domain. So one quick example is on health financing. So in the last 8 years in China, initially we have been working on that model in leveraging other means of financing, such as charity and commercial health insurance, working at a population-based level to integrating with the social insurance to enhance UHC in the region. So initially, I think in the first 2-3 years, we only work with development partners and foundations. And after that, we actually starting to finding value proposition to the industry and to the governments. So over the last 7 years, we started to see through the work we're doing, but many others work, there have been systematic change in how industry function from both insurance sector and also the pharmaceutical sector in China. And then also the government's launching various policy. So now after 8 years, over 200 million people have improved coverage in health financing. And most of those are low and middle income population. So there are innovative products such as less than 10 USD per annum premium supplementary insurance that working very closely with social insurance to provide additional coverage for the pool. So now I think we started to see how those models in China and Singapore can be translated in many other developing and developed countries in the region. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chan. Well, we can move. I'm looking at the time, so we need to be cautious, although food is following anyway, so we can go on a bit. The second question I would like to tackle is the role of communities. And I think one UK health minister a couple of years told me that primary care is the foundation of every good healthcare system. If you have no primary care, there's no point in doing all the rest because it's going to be highly costly and no doubt also to some extent maybe ineffective. So your primary care is the foundation, is the basics of every well-functioning healthcare system. At the heart of primary care are its people, communities. So I would like to ask you, have you encountered, can you share with us some innovative ways how communities have made a difference in creating better health for their citizens, but based on community care? And let me start with Tala this time.
Yeah, thank you, Frank, for the question. Obviously, innovation is very important if we want to achieve global development goals. But before we can talk about innovation in community care for global health, we need to talk about community healthcare workers. Community healthcare workers continue to be the backbone of global health more broadly. In low and middle income communities, they are the first responders to both health emergencies and bigger emergencies such as climate emergencies as well. Half of community healthcare workers in low and middle income countries are unpaid. And over half of those community healthcare workers are in fact women. So you have a double inequity there by not paying community healthcare workers for essential work that they are providing to their communities, often communities that are quite remote, and as I mentioned earlier, are underserved within the broader health systems that they're a part of. When community healthcare workers are skilled, are trained, and of course are compensated, you have stronger, more resilient health systems. And we truly believe this within the philosophy of reaching the last mile, that there is no way to achieve sustainable advancement in global health and global development goals if we do not have well-trained and well-compensated community healthcare workers. One concrete example I give from our portfolio more specifically on this is the RLM-supported Emirates polio campaign in Pakistan. For those who don't know, the UAE invests significant amount of funding into polio eradication efforts in Pakistan, working very closely with the government of Pakistan, but also this effort is largely driven by the hard work of over 100,000 community healthcare workers that have delivered over 700 million vaccine doses through this program. This is instrumental work. Polio could be on the brink of eradication and only the second disease ever, hopefully, to be eradicated within our lifetimes. And that cannot happen without these community healthcare workers. We're so privileged and very proud to say that the community healthcare workers that drive the Emirates polio campaign are paid, and probably one of the few major programs where these community healthcare workers are financially compensated. We've also seen that these same community healthcare workers that are delivering these vaccines, these polio vaccines to children that need it, were also the first ones to respond to the COVID crisis, distributing PPE for families. But also, they were the first ones to respond during the floods in Pakistan in 2022. So it really, lends to tell you that if we have a very strong and resilient primary healthcare system, and in many cases for low and middle income countries and communities, it is the community healthcare workers, we have a much more stronger country and community as well.
Thank you, Tala. Chang?
Yes, thank you. Maybe just 2 points to add. One is the integrated solution powered by the technology and various technology, digital and other sort of point-of-care technologies that has been developed and sort of also welcomed by the users over the last few years since COVID. That we think either through digital tools or like diagnostic and innovative technology that be able to provide all those enabling capability to the community workers, right, that working in the community level. So I think that's sort of serving a base for better integration of services in the community level. So we started to see models like, for instance, in Singapore, the self-care centers that really have the community health workers, community nurses and everything working together in providing that holistic solution. And in China, further, there are even centers that including long-term care insurance in the home and community-based into that same center. And then also sort of various, in Hong Kong, the Jockey Club starting to funding the mental health digital services in the community level as well, right? So with that sort of point of contact in coordinating different mechanisms, how to integrating other services into that node, but also connecting the service in the community level with the public health system in the territory and secondary care. And the second point I want to make is on financing as well. I think Tara just mentioned really financing sustainable payments for the community workers is crucial. So we started to see certainly many countries don't have the privilege in the government financing for primary care for free for people, right? So I think there's also innovative model we're starting to see piloting like capitated payments. Also like in the model I'm talking about in China, the supplementary commercial health insurance starting to covering community primary care services as well. So I think those are sort of hopes to have new streams of funding in supporting this development.
Thank you. We're learning here because the streams of funding is what we need to find. So Stella, talking about streams of funding, can we hear your perspective of the community? How does ADB look into that?
What always amazes me about the AVPN forums and similar forums, and even just on this panel, is there are many solutions. There are many different ways are needed to address the inequities, the social inequities, and not just in health. So although development banks like ADB focus very much on the upstream, we work with governments. How can we help governments build the enabling environment that crowds in private sector investors to solve to provide the services, for example, that there is a market for anyway, new ideas, etc. So we continue to focus on that. And as I mentioned earlier, some of our larger projects, we're working on a policy-based loan with the Philippine government, for example, on building their universal healthcare system. And community healthcare workers and, the last mile, onboarding the least, the least privileged to know what their benefits are under the schemes the government are building. That's very important. With Indonesia, we're working on their primary health care. So we do a lot of upstream work, but we also use our voice and our platform to integrate many other creative solutions and partnerships into countries that we work with. So I wanted to just talk about one of our trust funds very briefly. We have a Community Resilience Partnership Trust Fund. So it works, it's funded by many of our government donors. We work with governments to understand where are there gaps that need to be addressed, maybe to enable more investment and partnership at the community level. But the heart of it is developing solutions at the community level. They are demand-driven, they are based on the people who will benefit. They're probably also among the most cost and time effective. So we work with, so our trust fund actually looks to partner selectively with NGOs that are working in space we're interested in. We use our voice to look for support from larger donors. For our Community Resilience Trust Fund, for example, we work with Green Climate Fund. But at the end of the day, you need the solutions from the people in the room, the people on this panel, and all our friends and family, because large local investments are still required, including, depending on different places, right? You need early warning systems, you need climate and gender relevant solutions. So we're looking at more cost-effective solutions like telehealth, telemedicine, especially for rural areas. We hope to use our umbrella of upstream work to be able to benefit from partnerships with philanthropies like Reach the Last Mile, think tanks like Ask Health, multinationals like J&J, to say, let's scale up and replicate pilots, especially the successful pilots. Let's look at pilots that are replicable and scalable. Let's build on the knowledge in the room, identify where there are gaps so philanthropy can focus on the gaps, and commercial and development money can go to scaling up what we hopefully have a better sense of success already. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. And that brings us to the last question, which is probably the most difficult one. We don't have that much time left, but, and I think also the previous panel was tackling it, the notion of collaboration, synergy. I think it's probably the most important one, because the issues that we're facing, the challenges globally, health-wise, are so complex that we need to bring all the actors around the table. But that requires, as your predecessor, well, the people before us talked about, we need to leave our egos out of the door, which is very important. So I would like to start with Chang, first of all. When you think about collaboration, financing, I know in my career, I've been talking about this for 30 years. And yet, we still talk about it. We talk a lot about it. So what I think we should look at and focus on is some action and things where we know that collaboration can lead to 1 + 1 is 3. It can lead to better impact, more impact for communities, but also for patients. And at the end of the day, it's for them that we're doing all this. So Chang, your perspective on what are the obstacles and what is your hope that you can share with us for the future?
Thank you. Yeah, maybe I'll just share two challenges we're seeing and potential opportunities. One, I think, especially after COVID, we see both the public sector having sort of more competing priorities for the health and development topics, and also for private sectors, especially from many markets here in Asia, they're struggling with more short-term commercial quick wins. So it's, I think, for us to push them to invest in more long-term visionary topics is actually getting more and more difficult. So I feel that's where the philanthropy sector and development partners should play the role in crystallize the value proposition, in really building the concrete solution and value to the other two sectors that really make them change. Otherwise, I feel the ultimate objective for systematic change will never happen. So I think that's one in really, so the example we're having is with Jockey Club in Hong Kong, trying to dive into the digital health domain, looking at how AI and digital in be able to reducing disparity, but also empowering private and public sector in setting up their solutions. And similarly, we work with Rockefeller Foundation, looking at climate change and health. And I think still I'm struggling in finding the concrete value proposition commercially for the private sector in diving into this domain, right? I think the other challenges, I think opportunities is geopolitical. I think for me, I grew up in China and I moved to Singapore 11 years ago. I feel it's our opportunity, but also the responsibility for Asia platform to really bring the leaders from Asia and the West together. And so I'm really glad that AVPN have the conference around the different parts of Asia. And we are also doing more convening in climate change and health, for instance. Next week, this week, actually, we're having the climate change and health session in the first ever Shanghai Climate Week. That's happening this whole week. And then we are also planning to work with the Resilient City Network, because we feel city might be a good level of analytics with systematic solution, but not political. So to be able to develop systematic solutions for city planners in tackling climate change and health. Thank you.
Thank you, Chang. Stella, when I think about the Asian Development Bank, I mean, is that not the ideal broker to bring people together and create a common platform, or am I putting you too much on the spot here? I know you have experience plentiful of that.
My role is specifically partnerships, and I love the challenge. I was very inspired by the speech on service. I think development banks play a role, as do probably almost everyone who's attending this forum. So keeping an open mind about what our traditional roles are, where to find synergy, how we can move, how we can take action, put with the egos left at the door, right? How can we collaborate more? Synergy, collaboration, get the private sector energized to help bring in capital, help the communities. We need all these different ideas together. We have a convening voice. We try to use it. In the philanthropic world, I have to say from my limited experience, often people think we are maybe an unlimited piggy bank of grants. We are primarily a lender. We would like to help partner with the people in this space to channel more investment where it is badly needed in a smart way with high leverage, supported by technical assistance for capacity development, and to crowd other funders in with us, because we consider ourselves, we're very proud of our ability to originate projects and create projects. So hopefully we're able to entice other people to fund alongside us. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. Tala, I was listening just before we came on stage, and personally I had the pleasure of coming to the Emirates for more than 30 years now, and I've seen what has changed. Every time when I come, I cannot imagine what I'm seeing. So when you talk about looking at collaboration, bringing people together in order to make changes and improve communities, as the founders of the Emirates did in the past, which was a very different past, how do you look at that, and what are the examples, how you collaborate, and that you could inspire us with to build probably other communities in other places in the world, but bring them together in a similar way as what has happened here in the Emirates?
Yeah, thank you, Frank. I think Her Excellency Razan Mubarak, the DG of the MBZ Species Conservation Fund, earlier spoke about the importance of really radical collaboration. And then, as you reminded everyone, also the importance of humility when approaching very complex challenges, meaning we cannot assume we know what other countries need and how best to solve their own challenges, even as a philanthropic donor. We are very privileged to be representing His Highness the President through these investments, and so for us, we also are in a very unique and very privileged position to be able to convene different types of actors that can come to the table and work in very radical, collaborative ways to address some of these complex challenges. We've also, again, learned very quickly that we need to make sure that we center the voices of local communities when we are tackling these challenges, and more specifically for us, disease elimination and more broadly health systems. I will call out one specific example from our portfolio where we've seen success and have grown this effort through that pilot. In 2017, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan launched the Reaching the Last Mile Fund. At the time, this was a 10-year, $100 million multi-donor fund aimed at tackling 2 neglected tropical diseases. For those in the room who don't know what neglected tropical diseases are, they are preventable diseases, and as the name suggests, usually people that are often neglected are the ones that unfortunately carry the burden of these diseases. While these diseases are preventable and not necessarily deadly, they do debilitate, disable people if these diseases are not addressed. Thankfully, when we launched this fund, there was a lot of skepticism about whether this fund would be successful, because it is very difficult to convene both donors, but also real collaboration around diseases that are often neglected and affect the poorest of the poor. We're lucky to report that a few years ago, Niger, which is one of the countries within our portfolio, announced the elimination of river blindness within the country, and Senegal is at the forefront of being the next country within this portfolio to do so. Based on this success, at COP28 just a few months ago here in the UAE, we announced the expansion of this fund to a $500 million facility where we are tackling these 2 neglected tropical diseases across the entire continent of Africa, as well as Yemen here on our continent. We couldn't have done this without making sure that we are engaging endemic countries and endemic country leaders in making sure this agenda is serving their needs. And we've been very privileged to have a few heads of state from the African continent join us during the forum to make this commitment, and ensuring that we work hand in hand with them, where we're not dictating their own local agendas, but we are working collaboratively with them to address the gaps that they need within the ecosystem. I see we're out of time, so I'll stop there. But maybe just the last thing I would say, because I was very inspired by the theme of this conference, which is One Asia, One Future. And it reminds me very much of a phrase that our founding father, His Highness Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, had always said, "Masirna wahad," our destiny is one. And we really think about global development and our commitment to global health as one shared destiny. So I'll stop there, and thank you very much for having us. Thank you to AVPN and Naina and her team for this platform.
Thank you. Thank you for joining this panel. And there was this point that says, can you please summarize what people have said? I think that's a very difficult task for the simple reason that it was so rich. So I would stick to one point, and it's a sort of a recommendation, but we've talked about collaboration. We talked about the role and the importance of community and reducing health inequities. The only way to figure it out is to do it and not to talk about it. So I would urge everyone to sit together, listen to each other's values, forget about your ego, and understand that you will learn more from the other than you basically would take from somebody else. So let's work together and create finally the solutions that we need for all those people that have no access today. So thank you very much. Thank you, dear panel. Thank you, AVPN, for hosting us and having us here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen, for our morning session. Thank you. Please. Hello. Before you go, there are 3 things to remember. Please use the correct exit. Please be back here by 5:30. We're going to start our networking, and then we have our welcome dinner with a focus on UAE's rich history of giving. Have a most fantastic afternoon with sessions both here and in the Park Hyatt. One other announcement, the Olia restaurant is full. Please make sure that you now book for your lunch at the Park Hyatt, please. Thank you very much.